Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Snoozy Scientist, where we wander gently through the mysteries of our world, one sleepy yawn at a time. Whether you're wrapped in a blanket, settling into the quiet after a long day, or floating in that soft space between waking and sleep, you're exactly where you need to be. Tonight, we're traveling back more than 100 million years to a time when monsters truly ruled the earth. For 180 million years, dinosaurs reigned over every forest, desert, and sea. Their power was so complete that the very world seemed to move with their hunger. Forests fell in their paths, oceans rippled with their steps. But they were not born killers. Evolution shaped them slowly, with a patient and unforgiving hand, until they became masterpieces of survival. Scales became armor, jaws became weapons, and creatures became legends. Scientists have traced their stories in stone, in shattered bones, in healed wounds, in the faint marks of ancient teeth. Each fossil is a message from deep time, a record of both violence and endurance. Every claw, every tooth, every scar tells the same truth. These were creatures perfected for one purpose: to kill and to survive. But how do we know which of them were truly the deadliest? And how can fossils truly tell stories of battles that occurred millions of years ago that no one ever saw? Tonight, we'll step quietly into their world, not to relive their reign, but to meet the deadliest of them and understand how science knows this. But before we begin, if you enjoy these quiet journeys into deep time, calm, curious, and filled with wonder, I'd love it if you gave this video a soft like and maybe tapped subscribe. It helps more dreamers find their way to this peaceful little corner of science. And if you'd like, tell me in the comments, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it there? Now take a deep breath, let your shoulders relax, and together let's step softly into the age when the earth breathed monsters. Beneath the quiet surface of the earth, the remains of ancient lives lie waiting. They are locked in rock, pressed by weight and time, until bone became stone and motion became memory. To those who find them, they are not relics of death, but fragments of a living story. Each bone is a word in a language almost lost, a record written by the slow patience of the planet. And for those who have learned to read that language, the past still speaks. The story begins not in laboratories or with machines, but in the stillness of the field. A paleontologist kneels in silence, brushing away dust that has slept for millions of years. The light changes as hours pass, shadows lengthen, and the edges of a bone begin to emerge. It may be the curve of a rib, the socket of a joint, or a tooth worn smooth by use. Each detail matters. The shape of the sediment around it, the faint lines pressed by roots or ripples of water, tell where the creature took its last breath. Every fragment is surrounded by a frame of clues, and reading that frame is as vital as studying the fossil itself. In this first moment of discovery, there is no reconstruction yet, only recognition. The scientists see more than stone, they see potential. The position of the fossil hints at how it came to rest. Was it buried in floodwater, caught in a trap of mud, or covered in ash from a distant fire? The color of the rock may show whether the land was once wet or dry, hot or cold. Even grains of sand, aligned in tiny layers, reveal whether the wind or water shaped the final resting place. Before a single bone is lifted, the world around it begins to take form again. When a fossil is removed from the ground, the weight surprises. It feels heavier than expected, as if holding more than its mass, a burden of years. It is wrapped and labeled carefully, marked with numbers and notes that anchor it to its original place. In paleontology, context is everything. A bone without its surroundings is a sentence torn from its paragraph, a thought without its meaning. That is why excavation is slow, sometimes taking months to uncover what erosion once buried in a single day. In the lab, the second act of reading begins. Under soft lamps and patient eyes, the fossil is studied like an ancient text. Its surfaces are traced for scars, for marks where tendons once pulled tight, or muscles once anchored strong. The wear along a joint reveals how it moved. The smoothness of a tooth shows what kind of prey it tore. Even the smallest cracks tell of struggle, perhaps an injury that healed, perhaps a fight survived. From these clues, scientists begin to sense not only what the animal was, but how it lived. Each fossil is compared with others, sometimes separated by continents and millions of years. Patterns emerge: the length of a femur, the curve of a claw, the width of a skull. All these pieces fit into a larger geometry of life. The similarities show lineage, the differences show adaptation. Over time, the shapes trace a lineage not of individuals, but of design itself, how nature refined speed, strength, and perception to fit the demands of a changing world. Through bone, evolution becomes visible. Even the ground around fossils speaks in quiet detail. A trail of footprints crossing a dried riverbed can record not just direction, but emotion, a steady pace, a pause, a turn that suggests awareness. A nest buried in ancient silt carries the memory of care, a parent that guarded its eggs beneath a sun long gone. These traces are the closest things we have to movement, gestures preserved as shadows in stone. Through them, behavior comes alive again in the imagination of science. To reconstruct the past is to balance reason with restraint. Paleontologists know the boundaries between what is seen and what must be inferred. A deep groove in the skull might mean a powerful muscle. A narrow rib cage might mean lungs built for endurance. These deductions are not guesses, but disciplined interpretations, cross-checked with living species and tested against physics. Every reconstruction is a conversation between what the earth provides and what the human mind can carefully rebuild. Sometimes the connections stretch beyond expectation. The curve of a claw in a predator's fossil echoes the talon of a hawk resting in the modern forest. The sturdy pelvis of a herbivore reflects in the hind limbs of grazing mammals today. Through these repetitions, nature reveals its habit of reusing good ideas. Evolution is not a straight line but a spiral, returning to old designs and reshaping them for new worlds. The bones remember, even when their owners are gone. Reconstruction, at its heart, is an act of listening. The scientist is both reader and translator, uncovering a world that once spoke in movement and now lies silent in stone. Every mark, every texture, every grain becomes a voice. None of them tell the full story alone, but together they begin to hum with meaning. A jawline may suggest power, a footprint may suggest fear, a healed fracture may suggest endurance. Each fragment adds to the quiet music of survival. The work never ends. For every fossil that answers a question, another appears that changes the question itself. What began as fragments of skeletons grows into visions of entire worlds, ecosystems rebuilt from traces, behaviors inferred from shadows. It is slow work, delicate and endless, yet within it lies something eternal. Beneath every fossil rests the same truth: the past is not gone, only waiting to be read. And so, with brush and light, with patience and silence, scientists continue to read. They do not resurrect the dead, but they let them speak again. The stone remembers, and in its remembering, the shapes of life rise once more, quietly, beautifully, almost breathing. Every predator begins as an idea shaped by its world. Its body becomes a record of choices made over countless generations, each one refined by the same quiet forces that sculpt mountains and carve rivers. Hunger leaves its imprint as surely as wind marks the sand. To understand what made the deadliest hunters so powerful, we must look beyond any single fossil and trace the recurring plan that nature used again and again, the shared pattern written into every bone and claw that ever pursued another life. Long before these creatures walked the earth, the rules of survival had already taken shape. Every living form existed somewhere along a balance beam between strength and fragility, between endurance and speed, between risk and restraint. Over millions of years, this balance shifted like the tide, favoring those whose bodies matched the demands of their surroundings. The animals we remember as the fiercest killers were not accidents of excess, they were fine tuned instruments. Each curve of bone, each line of muscle, each glinting tooth was an answer to the same eternal question: how to eat and not be eaten. The first element of their design was sensation. To find, follow, and strike, a hunter must first perceive. Eyes, ears, and skin were its first tools. Every nerve became a thread in a web connecting the animal to its world. A predator that saw too little starved. One that missed the faint tremor of movement would lose its chance. The placement of the eyes along the skull, the angles of the head, and the open windows in the bone where air and light passed all shaped how a creature understood its surroundings. The sense of perception was not decoration, but the foundation of all power. It determined where to move, when to strike, and when to disappear. The next layer of this blueprint was weaponry. Evolution sculpted an astonishing variety of natural arms and tools. Some predators carried teeth like saw blades, their edges serrated to sheer muscle, and open arteries with frightening efficiency. Others bore thick, conical teeth, able to crush through bone and shell. Claws were curved with mathematical grace, each one designed for its own task: to grip, to pierce, to pull. Even tails became extensions of violence, acting as balancing rods in the leap, or as clubs that could sweep aside resistance. Nothing in these designs was wasteful. Violence in this ancient world followed geometry. Each proportion, each weight, each lever of bone served a measurable purpose. But the shape of a weapon alone does not make it deadly. The body that wields it must move with precision. The movement of a predator was its rhythm, the choreography of survival. Some had legs built long and light, adapted for running down their prey across open ground. Others carried power deep in their hips, coiled for an explosive strike that could unfold in less than a second. Fossilized muscle scars still tell of where tendons anchored, showing us which muscles pulled hardest and how the body shifted its weight in motion. A predator that spent too much energy per chase would fail. Those that mastered efficiency endured. Movement was a conversation between balance and force, between the need to reach and the need to recover. In the space between those choices, life was decided. The final layer of this plan was strategy. Even without language, instinct finds order. Some hunters became ambushers, blending into their surroundings and letting silence do most of the work. Others relied on endurance, following their prey until exhaustion set in. There were those that tested the edges of cooperation, perhaps gathering briefly when a carcass or migration offered opportunity. The clues are faint: a cluster of bones, a trackway crossing itself, a set of bite marks suggesting repeated encounters. Yet they speak of calculation, of instinct refined by repetition. What seems like ferocity is often patience in disguise. Each of these four elements, sensation, weaponry, movement, and strategy, was shaped by the same invisible sculptor, time. Small variations accumulated, a fraction of a millimeter in tooth width, a subtle tilt in limb proportion, a new joint rotation made possible by a shift in bone. Those who failed disappeared into the fossil record. Those who succeeded passed their design forward. Generation by generation, the blueprint grew stronger, more efficient, more specific to its purpose. Evolution was not striving toward perfection, only toward balance with the world as it was in that moment. A single trait, a slightly deeper eye socket, a slightly longer tendon, could be the difference between triumph and extinction. When paleontologists study these fossils today, they see more than bones. They see a record of problem solving. Each skeleton holds the logic of its landscape, an equation balancing energy, physics, and chance. A long tail tells of counterweighting in motion. A sturdy neck hints at sudden impact. The angle of a claw tells how it met resistance, how it dug in, and how it released. Each trait answers a question about survival that no longer exists, but can still be read in the stone. Even after millions of years, that pattern remains visible to those who look closely. The predator's body was not simply built to kill, but to function as a living system of efficiency. It learned to conserve energy, to strike only when the probability favored success, and to recover quickly enough to hunt again. There is elegance in that pragmatism, the same quiet refinement seen in a falcon's stoop or a tiger's step. In the silence of the fossil beds, the pattern still speaks. The bones may be brittle, but the design they record endures. It shows that danger is not chaos, it is order given purpose. Power alone never shaped these creatures. Precision did. From the smallest swift hunter to the largest land predator the earth has ever known, every success followed the same invisible blueprint, etched not by intention, but by the steady arithmetic of life, adapting to survive. We will test this pattern against the great hunters themselves, and later we will look more closely at how their senses and their minds brought that blueprint fully to life. Before the great hunters of the Jurassic thundered across the land, the world belonged to smaller, quicker creatures, shadows that ran between ferns and streams, while the earth still learned the shape of predation. In the wake of the first mass extinctions, the continents were restless. Volcanoes darkened the skies, rivers shifted their courses, and the air hung heavy with the scent of wet stone and new forests. From that uncertain world emerged the first true meat eaters, the early theropods, who would set the pattern that every later predator would follow. Their bones tell of speed before strength. These were not giants, but agile forms built for survival. Long legs carried them lightly over soft ground, and their tails stretched behind like balancing poles. The ribs were narrow, the arms lean and clawed, and the skulls long with sharp teeth that curved inward to hold struggling prey. In these ancient frames, scientists recognized the first complete design of the hunter, the balance of agility, awareness, and force that would shape the next 160 million years of evolution. Among the earliest of these carnivores was Herrerasaurus, a creature that lived in what is now Argentina. Its body was sleek and low, standing little taller than a human's waist, yet every part of it spoke of movement. Fossils show a deep chest cavity where strong muscles anchored to the shoulders and legs, and teeth shaped like fine blades. It was not the largest animal of its time, but it moved with precision, turning its small size into an advantage. Each limb carried the mark of a design tuned for speed, the same principle that future predators, from raptors to tyrants, would inherit. Farther north, in what would one day be the deserts of New Mexico, another hunter left its mark, Coelophysis. Dozens of skeletons have been found together, their long necks and slender bodies intertwined in stone. Some scientists believe they died near a drying riverbed, trapped by mud or drought. Others think they lived and moved in groups, their presence in one place a sign of shared behavior. The evidence is ambiguous, a riddle written in dust. The patterns of bones could mark cooperation or simply tragedy, bodies gathered by the same disaster. In science, such mysteries are never forced into certainty. They are held gently, allowed to remain questions. What is clear is that Coecephalus was quick, graceful, and cunningly built. Its hollow bones made it light, and its narrow hips allowed for long strides. The forelimbs, though small, were armed with claws curved for gripping. Its eyes faced slightly forward, giving it a field of depth perception rare among early reptiles. It could gauge distance in a chase, anticipate a turn, and time its strike. These were not instincts of mindless hunger, but of calculation, the first traces of awareness taking physical form. The environment that shaped them was harsh, but full of opportunity. Forests of towering horsetails grew beside rivers that flooded and vanished with the seasons. Herds of plant eaters, still slow and heavy from their primitive builds, roamed in search of food. To survive, the hunters had to be faster, more observant, and more willing to risk. The small theropods thrived in this world because they were adaptable. They hunted insects, lizards, and small vertebrates. When food was scarce, they scavenged. They were opportunists in a time of change. Some fossils preserve their final moments in delicate detail. Footprints found near ancient riverbanks show two individuals walking side by side, one slightly smaller than the other. Their steps overlap at times, diverge, then return again. Whether this was a parent and offspring, or a pair moving together by chance, no one can say. But in those tracks, the story of early predation becomes intimate, a glimpse of life not through bones, but through behavior pressed into mud that hardened long ago. From these early forms, the architecture of future hunters began to take shape. The hollow bones that gave Coelophysis speed would become the air-filled skeletons of later predators. The grasping hands of Herrerasaurus would echo in the talons of raptors and even in the claws of birds that grasp perches today. Each refinement was a note in an unfinished song, composed not by intention, but by the slow rhythm of adaptation. These first carnivores remind us that power was never the beginning of dominance. It started with balance between risk and patience, hunger and caution. In the bones of creatures no larger than a modern dog, nature rehearsed what it would later perfect in giants. Every curve of limb, every sharpened tooth was a draft of an idea that would one day shake the earth. The predators that came after were grander, louder, more terrible to behold. But the first hunters, small and silent in the twilight of the Triassic, carried within them the blueprint of everything that would follow. Before claws found purchase and teeth met bone, there was a world of herds and slow thunder. On broad floodplains where rivers braided and unbraided their channels, conifer stands rose along the banks, and fern prairies stretched into heat shimmer. This was the country preserved in the Morrison Formation, a layered memory of late Jurassic seasons. Long-necked sauropods moved like living causeways across the flats. Diplodocus drifted in files toward water. Camarasaurus browsed where branches were thick. Between them, Stegosaurus kept its distance, plates catching the light, and tail spikes held low. In that crowded pasture of giants, opportunity and danger were never far apart. The hunter that answered this landscape did not arrive as brute force alone. Its name would be given much later, Allosaurus, but the conversation between body and prey began without words. Herds the size of hills are not brought down by wild charges. They are tested at their edges, where the very young and the very tired fall a half step behind. A predator that survives in such a place learns to split the moving mass into choices, to turn abundance into a single vulnerable moment. The skeleton that time left for us carries this intent like a set of instructions. The skull of Allosaurus was long for reach, yet light for speed, strengthened by a lattice of struts and open spaces that stiffened it without making it heavy. Joints between bones were shaped to admit a little give, so that impact was managed and not simply absorbed. Analyses suggest a downward, hatchet like strike enabled by a light, flexible skull and strong neck recoil. In this reading, the jaws did not clamp to hold so much as open wide and draw the head through flesh, a motion repeated in quick sequence as the neck worked like a spring. We will stress test that strike later when we model skull loading and neck motion. The rest of the body reads as a system designed to place that stroke exactly where it mattered. Along the thigh and hip, scars where muscles once anchored outline the lines of force, showing how weight was gathered and released. The legs were not built for endless pursuit, they were proportioned for short bursts, for a measured closing of distance, for a sidestep when a tail lashed back. The tail was thick where it met the pelvis, tapering to a lever that steadied the torso when the head drove forward, a counterweight drawing the body back into balance after each strike. The forelimbs, shorter than the legs but compact with strength, ended in three curved claws. They did not define the kill, but they could hold a slip of hide long enough for the skull to work again. In the rock that once settled at river bends, evidence of this conversation survives. Rib bones of Camarasaurus carry long grooves that match the arc of a slicing head. Vertebrae from Stegosaurus show damage consistent with an attack that did not end in death, the edges of the wound rimmed with healing bone. At other sites, vertebrae attributed to Allosaurus bear punctures that align with a Stegosaur tail spike, a reminder that in the press of close quarters, the herbivore's answer could be sudden and decisive. In quarries where skeletons crowd each other, such as the bone beds that yield many Allosaurus remains, the record is messy with floods and scavenging, yet patterns still rise through the tangle. Violence was common, success was not guaranteed, and both sides endured long enough for injury to harden and hunts to be tried again. To imagine the hunt is to keep the scale of the place in mind. A herd like a moving forest does not turn quickly, it ripples. Allosaurus did not need to be the fastest thing on the plain, it needed to be exact. A quick cut to a large animal opens a debt the prey must pay with effort. Blood and heat leave the body. Distance that once seemed easy becomes a kind of weight. In such a world, the cleanest tactic is rarely the grand tackle. It is the precise subtraction of strength until the ledger favors the hunter. In the low relief of fossil trackways, there are places where steps of more than one Allosaurus run near and parallel for a short stretch. The lines are not proof of a plan, but they do not dismiss the possibility that paths sometimes converged when herds crossed water or when carcasses drew many mouths. The story is careful here. The marks underfoot show movement more than motive. Still, when the land funnels animals toward the same bottleneck, chance can be its own strategy. Bone tissue under the microscope keeps time in fine bands, and those bands can hint at the rhythm of a life. In Allosaurus long bones, growth layers suggest periods of rapid activity and rest, a pattern that fits with short, intense hunts rather than a constant grind. The surface where tendons once attached tells of repeated loads in the same directions, a sign that certain motions were favored often enough to leave their stamp. Even the arch of the neck vertebrae speaks of a range of motion that could bring the head down and back with speed, then lift and reset without a stumble. Around such a predator, everything changes shape. Stegosaurus keeps its hindquarters angled toward threat, the tail held where a pivot can be turned into a warning. Sauropods stack their young toward the center when they wade. Small scavengers learn the off hours and the edges, arriving when the heat sets in and the larger carnivores lie down. The river bars become theaters of calculation. Each crossing is a problem to solve with bodies. The picture that emerges is not of a single heroic animal, but of a tactic fitted to a place. Allosaurus did not need to crush the world to rule it. It needed to read the slow motion of herds and touch that motion in exactly the right spot. And light skull that could swing and recover, and neck that could drive the stroke, legs that could cover the last body length without waste, a tail that held the frame steady when force traveled through it. These are the notes of a design tuned to the Morrison's long-necked chorus. The evidence is imperfect, as all ancient evidence is, yet bone after bone points in the same direction, toward precision practiced often enough to leave a signature. In the warm air above the floodplain, dust settled back into the hoofprints and tail drags, and three-toed steps that marked another day. Tracks blurred at the edges where water crept in, branches closed behind where something large had passed. What remains now are the quiet facts of shape and stress, of scars and repairs, of patterns that repeat across a formation wide enough to hold a continent's worth of stories. The hunter and its herds moved out of sight a very long time ago, but their dialogue is still there to be read, line by careful line, wherever the stone keeps its patient record. In the ancient heart of what is now North Africa, the land once breathed with heat and rhythm. The sun did not merely shine, it pressed upon the plains like a weight. Rain came and went in long cycles, carving the soil into braided river deltas that flooded in one season and cracked open in the next. Herds of giant herbivores followed the pulse of those rivers, leaving entire valleys trembling under their steps. Paralititon waded through the shallows, its body as tall as the palms that shaded it. Tyrannosaurus drifted between dunes, its sail catching the light like a banner of survival. And watching the shifting tides of abundance and scarcity was a hunter built not for brute domination, but for precision, a creature shaped to cut, not crush. This was carcharodontosaurus, the shark-toothed lizard. The world it ruled demanded balance. The floodplains were generous, but only for part of the year. When rivers swelled, they carried life to every corner, filling the land with movement and scent. But when the rains withdrew, the air thickened into silence, and the ground hardened beneath the heat. Waterholes shrank into traps, and carcasses littered the mud. In such an unforgiving rhythm, survival belonged to those who could adapt between feast and famine. Carcharodontosaurus was one of them. Its body was long and narrow, built for control rather than sheer weight. The legs were sturdy, holding power in reserve rather than spending it in endless chases. Its tail, heavy at the base and narrowing toward the tip, acted as a counterbalance that let the rest of the body turn sharply and recover quickly. The curve of its spine hinted at fluidity, a creature that moved like a ribbon of muscle through the haze of its homeland. Fossil evidence shows that deep ridges along its vertebrae once anchored thick cords of muscle that gave the neck a strong, sweeping range of motion. Analyses of its skull suggest a downward, hatchet-like strike, enabled by a light, flexible frame and powerful neck recoil. The bite did not crush bone, it opened flesh. When Carcharodontosaurus struck, its movement resembled a single flowing sequence rather than a series of separate parts. The motion began in the hips, rippled through the spine, and ended in the sweep of its skull. The head dropped and rose again in an instant, teeth catching light as they tore through hide and muscle. Unlike later predators that relied on a single catastrophic bite, this one relied on repetition, the quick succession of shallow, slashing strikes that weakened its prey through precision and blood loss. We will stress test that strike later when we model skull loading and neck motion. Its teeth were the embodiment of refinement. Each blade curved backward, serrated along both edges with tiny, repeating ridges that gave the jaw the efficiency of a saw. At a microscopic level, these serrations show wear patterns consistent with slicing through flesh rather than bone, a clue that confirms its hunting strategy. But these teeth, so often compared to knives, were not made for spectacle. They were tools of patience, designed for a world where energy could not be wasted and meals were earned through precision. The skull that carried them was one of nature's more elegant solutions to a difficult problem. It measured longer than a grown person's arm span, yet it was light for its size. Openings, or fenestrae, punctured its surface to reduce mass and to give room for air sacs that once connected to its lungs. Those same air sacs, found in many large theropods, likely helped cool the animal during hunts, a necessity in a climate where heat itself could be a greater threat than prey. Along the jawline, deep scars in the bone mark the attachment points of enormous muscles that gave the skull both reach and control. When the head twisted, it could shear flesh as if drawn across stone. Carcharodontosaurus lived in an ecosystem defined by giants. Its prey were the heaviest land animals that had ever existed up to that time, and its competitors were no less formidable. Spinosaurus prowled the river channels, long and narrow like a living sailboat, taking fish and smaller dinosaurs where the water ran deep. Smaller predators, such as Deltadromeus, moved in the dry uplands, quick-footed and opportunistic. But Carcharodontosaurus ruled the middle ground, walking the threshold between water and dust. It was a hunter that thrived on transition between seasons, between tides, between moments of plenty and moments of want. In that shifting world, carcasses did not last long. The heat claimed them quickly, drying flesh to hide. A hunter that wounded efficiently and ate fast could afford to wait for opportunity, conserving strength when the plains emptied. This behavior left its mark on the skeleton itself. In the bone tissue of large theropods from the same formation, scientists have found evidence of variable growth rates, possibly reflecting seasons of abundance and scarcity. During harsh months, metabolism slowed. When rain returned, it accelerated. Carcharodontosaurus, like its prey, carried that rhythm inside its bones. The evidence we have comes from fragments scattered across time. The first known remains, unearthed in the early 20th century from the Sahara, were lost during the Second World War when a museum in Germany was destroyed. For years, the species existed only as sketches and memory. Then, decades later, new fossils surfaced from Morocco, a partial skull, vertebrae, and teeth sharper than any living reptiles. Each find added detail to the image of a hunter that had ruled its corner of the Cretaceous world. The bones told of a body built for efficiency, a predator adapted not only to hunt, but to endure. Its reign likely lasted only a few million years, but within that span, the blueprint of its design left echoes that would return in other forms. Long, narrow skulls with light construction, jaws built to slice, not crush, necks capable of driving the head like a pendulum. These traits would reappear farther south in another great blade hunter, one that stalked the open floodplains of what is now Patagonia. Unlike its southern cousin that hunted across open floodplains, Carcharodontosaurus lived where the world never stayed still, where water came and went, and survival depended on knowing exactly when to strike and when to wait. In the shimmering heat of the Cretaceous, when even the shadows seemed alive, the hunter that became a blade walked the balance between power and restraint. Every motion, every strike, every breath taken under that merciless sun was part of a single equation between life and loss. The bones that remain do not show blood or dust or heat, yet through their shape we can still trace the rhythm of that world, patient and exact, moving always toward perfection, then gone. Across the far south of the Cretaceous world, the horizon stretched wider than sight could hold. The air shimmered with heat, rippling over endless floodplains that shifted from green to gold with the rhythm of the seasons. Ancient rivers wound like silver veins through the flatlands of what is now Patagonia, swelling in the rains and shrinking to braided channels when the dry months came. Trees gathered along their banks in narrow ribbons of shade, while beyond them stretched open fields that seemed to go on forever. This was a land built on endurance, a place where movement never truly stopped, only slowed with the turning of the earth. Through that open world moved herds of titans, their bodies casting long shadows across the baked soil. Argentinosaurus, perhaps the largest land animal to ever live, passed by in slow, deliberate steps, its neck swaying like the mast of a ship on an ancient sea. Smaller titanosaurs followed in its wake, their weight shaking the ground in low, rhythmic tremors that carried for miles. They moved not with fear, but with the calm certainty of size. Around them gathered flocks of smaller animals, scavengers, and early birds, all living in the shadow of these moving continents of flesh. And watching them from a distance, hidden by mirage and wind, was a hunter built to challenge that certainty. Giganotosaurus carolinii, the giant southern lizard, was a predator whose existence was a quiet experiment in power, not the blunt power of brute force, but the patient, enduring kind. Where the North African blade hunter Carcharodontosaurus struck with swift precision in tight river valleys, Giganotosaurus faced a different problem. Here, the prey did not vanish into thickets or floodplain forests. Here, the horizon itself was part of the hunt. In this open landscape, a chase could stretch for hours, even days. A strike too soon meant exhaustion. A strike too late meant starvation. The hunter that survived here learned to turn the very size of its prey into a weakness. It did not bring down a sauropod in one violent blow. It drained it a slow arithmetic of blood, distance, and time. Fossil bones of giant herbivores found in Patagonia still carry the marks of this equation, long, shallow gashes that match the spacing of Giganotosaurus teeth, signs of wounds that bled but did not kill immediately. Some bones even show signs of healing, a record of animals that survived an early attack, only to meet the same hunter again later. Its body was built to sustain this kind of endurance warfare. Measuring over 12 meters from snout to tail, the skeleton reveals an animal both immense and balanced. The skull was long and narrow, lightened by air spaces that allowed heat to escape and muscles to work longer before fatigue set in. The neck vertebrae, broad and ridged, anchored sheets of muscle that could drive the head downward and backward in sweeping arcs. Unlike the crushing jaws of the tyrants that would come later, its bite was built to slice, a refinement of the same blade-like strategy that defined its northern cousin. But here, that strategy was adapted for long-range attrition. Each cut was a step in a larger pursuit, a slow victory spread across time and distance. The legs of Giganotosaurus were long and sturdy, not built for sprinting but for the kind of steady movement that eats away at miles. Its hips were wide, the bones flared for stability. The tail, heavy and tapered, balanced the weight of the skull, keeping the body level during motion. The proportions suggest an animal that could walk for hours without overheating, conserving its strength for the moment it mattered. Beneath the skin, air sacs connected to its lungs may have acted like an internal cooling system, much like those of modern birds. In the relentless heat of southern Gondwana, such adaptations were not luxuries, they were necessities. Imagine the scene that must once have unfolded on those plains. A herd of titanosaurs pushes northward, dust rising in sheets behind them. One animal falters, its rhythm breaking. At first, the wound is small, a thin red line along the flank where teeth have opened flesh. Hours pass, the sun tilts lower. The wound widens with motion, each step a new strain, each breath a little shallower. The hunter follows at a distance, silent except for the soft crunch of its feet through dry soil. The air smells of heat and iron. The game is not chase and capture, but patience and precision, the long, measured test of who will give out first. Such a strategy required not only sharpness, but control. The fossil record shows that Giganotosaurus carried a skull capable of withstanding torsion, twisting forces that would have shattered more rigid designs. This flexibility allowed it to wrench and pull without breaking its own bones, to hold steady while prey struggled. The deep grooves and muscle scars across its jawline reveal where power once gathered, but the real story lies in restraint. It was an animal tuned not for a single violent climax, but for the drawn out rhythm of attrition. Even the climate of its world seems to echo this balance. Periods of intense drought, followed by brief abundance, would have shaped both hunter and prey. In dry months, carcasses lay scattered along shrinking riverbeds, and every drop of energy mattered. Giganotosaurus, with its efficient stride and heat-regulating frame, could cross vast distances in search of opportunity. When the rains came, the plains exploded with life again, and the same adaptations that made it patient made it unstoppable. In one famous fossil bed of Patagonia, bones of Giganotosaurus and its close relative Mapusaurus lie entangled together. Whether they died in conflict, catastrophe, or cooperation is uncertain, but their shared resting place hints at a possibility that multiple hunters, drawn by the same herds, may have tolerated each other long enough to exploit abundance, just as predators today sometimes do around carcasses or migrations. The fossil record cannot speak intention, but it leaves behind the pattern of coincidence that shaped behavior before there was memory. Every part of Giganotosaurus's design speaks of endurance shaped into grace. The lines of its spine, the gentle slope of its tail, the proportional symmetry of its limbs, all tell of an animal that lived within its means, burning energy with care. It was not chaos that gave it mastery over giants, but patience. On those ancient floodplains where sunlight turned dust into gold and the air itself shimmered with heat, the hunter walked in step with the rhythm of the land. It was not speed that made it powerful, nor ferocity that made it endure. It was balance, measured across miles of pursuit and years of evolution, written in the bones that remain and the silence that still holds their shape. Before the desert claimed it, before the dunes buried its rivers beneath silence, North Africa was a land of water and warmth. The air shimmered with moisture, heavy with the scent of vegetation and decay. Rivers wound slowly through wide floodplains, their banks crowded with ferns, horsetails, and groves of tall conifers. Each bend was alive with motion lungfish stirring the mud, crocodile-like reptiles basking on exposed banks, and turtles drifting beneath reflections of cloud and light. In those shallows, where current met stillness, another shadow moved. It was longer, quieter, and stranger than any other. This was Spinosaurus aegyptiacus, the spined lizard, a creature that seemed half-born from the river itself. At more than 15 meters in length, it may have rivaled the largest predators the world has ever known, yet its design was unlike theirs. Where other hunters were made for dry ground, this one belonged to the threshold, neither fully of the land nor entirely of the water. Its body carried the traces of both realms, a living compromise between air and flow. The story of this river beast begins more than 100 years ago, when its first bones were uncovered from the Baharia oasis in Egypt. In that ancient sandstone, scientists found spines that rose taller than a man, fragments of skull with conical teeth, and vertebrae thick with mineral weight. They recognized at once that this was no ordinary carnivore, yet fate intervened. Those fossils were sent to Germany for study, where they remained until the Second World War. When the museum that held them was destroyed, the bones of Spinosaurus turned to ash. For decades, only sketches and descriptions survived, and the creature itself lived on as a rumor, something half remembered, half imagined. Time and persistence eventually brought it back. In the early years of the 21st century, new remains began to emerge from the rocks of Morocco: jaw fragments, vertebrae, limb bones, and finally, the great tail. Each new piece reshaped the silhouette of the animal. It was not the towering land predator once imagined, but something stranger, an animal whose legs were short and stocky, whose pelvis sat low, and whose tail stretched outward like a great fin. These discoveries changed everything. Recent studies support a semi-aquatic lifestyle for Spinosaurus. Its bones are unusually dense, filled with compact tissue instead of hollow air spaces, a feature more common in aquatic animals than land dwellers. This density would have allowed it to submerge more easily, helping it control its depth and stability in the water. Its tail, reconstructed from newly found vertebrae, reveals a wide, flexible blade perfectly suited for propulsion. In laboratory tests, robotic models of the tail produced thrust similar to that of crocodiles and newts, suggesting that this giant once moved with sinuous power through the shallows. The exact swimming style remains debated, but the evidence points toward a hunter that used the river as both shelter and stage. Bone density and tail shape point to submerged foraging more than open water pursuit. It likely hunted in quiet, slow-moving channels, gliding beneath the surface in short bursts before rising through the reeds to strike. Its skull was long and narrow, perfectly balanced for hydrodynamics, and armed with teeth that were smooth and conical, ideal for gripping slippery prey. Along the snout ran small pits, pressure sensors that could feel vibrations in the water, the same kind found in modern crocodiles. Its nostrils sat high, near the eyes, allowing it to breathe while most of its head remained hidden below the surface. The rivers of its time were rich beyond measure. Sawfish longer than a man's height glided between shallows. Coelacanths, with armor-plated scales, lurked in the deeper pools. Massive lungfish stirred the sediments where currents slowed. The fossil record preserves their connection: scales marked by the spacing of Spinosaurus teeth, bite traces in bone, and chemical signatures locked in the predator's own fossils that reveal a diet tied to aquatic life. Oxygen isotope analysis shows that the values in Spinosaurus bone match those of fish-eating animals, confirming what its body had already implied: it was a river hunter through and through. Its limbs tell the story of compromise. The forearms were long and muscular, tipped with large curved claws that could seize prey or brace the animal against mud and current. The hind limbs were shorter, thick-boned, and sturdy, built less for running and more for support in shallow water. Each foot carried broad toes that may have helped distribute weight on soft sediment. Together, these features paint the image of a predator that could walk the shore when it needed to and slip into the current when the moment called for silence. And then there was the sail. Rising from its back, the tall spines stretched several times higher than the vertebrae they grew from, joined by skin and possibly thin tissue. The purpose of this structure remains uncertain. It may have acted as a thermal regulator, absorbing heat during cool mornings and releasing it as the day grew hotter. Or perhaps it played a subtler role in the water itself, breaking up the creature's outline when viewed from above, letting its body disappear into the shimmer of reflected light. Its true meaning remains locked in speculation, yet whatever its function, the sail gave the animal an unmistakable silhouette, a ripple of geometry moving through shadowed water. Spinosaurus lived in a world crowded with predators, each adapted to its own corner of the ecosystem. Carcharodontosaurus patrolled the dry flats, Bahariosaurus roamed the uplands, and smaller hunters scavenged what they could along the banks, but none shared its path entirely. Spinosaurus had turned toward the water, stepping aside from competition to claim an empire of its own. Its rivals may have looked on from the edges of the floodplain, unwilling or unable to follow. The rivers that once cradled it are gone now, their courses erased beneath the sands of the Sahara, yet the bones that remain still hold the story of their flow. In their density lies the pull of current, in their shape, the sway of a tail cutting through dim green light. The stone remembers the shimmer of the surface, the slow, deliberate rhythm of a creature that hunted between worlds, not of land, not entirely of water, but perfectly at home in the balance between the two. In the warmth of the early Cretaceous, the air above North America shimmered with humidity and the quiet hum of life. Ferns blanketed the forest floor, soft and damp beneath towering cycads and conifers. The trunks were wrapped in moss, their roots tangled among shallow pools that reflected light like fragments of broken sky. Through that filtered glow, something moved with measured grace, not large, but deliberate, every motion tuned by instinct and balance. Its shadow flickered across the ground, feathers catching the sun in faint flashes. Long before it had a name, this small hunter was already rewriting what it meant to be a dinosaur. The creature would one day be called Deinonychus antierhopus, the terrible claw. Its discovery in the 1960s by paleontologist John Ostrom in the Badlands of Montana would upend decades of thought about ancient life. Until then, dinosaurs had been imagined as sluggish and dull, lumbering survivors of a forgotten world. In textbooks and museums, they stood as symbols of extinction, not vitality. But the bones Ostrom and his team unearthed told a story of energy and precision, a story that changed everything. The skeleton they uncovered was slender, no more than 3 meters from snout to tail, yet built with the economy of a machine designed for motion. The neck curved like a drawn bow, the arms stretched long and flexible, and the hands ended in curved claws, perfect for gripping. Along its back, thin rods of bone stiffened the tail, turning it into a living counterweight that held the body steady as it ran. The animal's stance was not the crouch of a reptile, but the balance of a dancer. Its torso leaned forward, its limbs bent for spring and control, its head held level with the horizon as if measuring the space before it. Its weapon, the one that gave it its name, was curved and formidable, a talon on each foot that rose high above the ground when it walked, sharp as a crescent moon. The bones of the leg showed how it worked. The limb could fold tightly and then unfurl in a single driving kick, sending the claw slashing forward in a precise arc. Muscles and tendons in the tail locked each strike into balance, ensuring that the animal never overextended itself. Everything in its frame, from the tension of the spine to the lightness of the limbs, worked in concert toward one purpose: control through motion. The skull was narrow and aerodynamic, filled with rows of serrated teeth like tiny knives. They were not meant to crush or tear indiscriminately, but to cut, leaving clean incisions in flesh and bone. The jaw was fitted with muscles arranged high and deep, built for quick bites that opened wounds faster than the prey could respond. This hunter was no brawler. It was a tactician, built to act swiftly, retreat, and strike again. When Ostrom examined the fossilized bones, he noticed something no one had expected. They were light, their interiors laced with air pockets similar to those in birds. The chest cavity was deep, leaving space for powerful lungs, and the vertebrae were locked together for rigidity, allowing movement without loss of posture. These were not the traits of a cold, sluggish creature. They spoke of something that burned energy fast and lived by constant motion. Among the bones of Deinonychus, Ostrom's team also found the scattered remains of Tyrannosaurus, a large plant eater that outweighed the hunter many times over. The Tyrannosaurus bones bore teeth marks identical in spacing to those of Deinonychus, and nearby lay several individuals of the predator itself. Whether these animals had worked together to bring down such massive prey or merely gathered after its fall is still uncertain. Trackway arrangements and bite distributions hint at coordination, though interpretations remain debated. The scene could have been one of timing and opportunity, multiple predators drawn to the same carcass, each aware of the other, responding in a silent, shifting dance around the fallen herbivore. The mystery of their interaction lingers, yet the evidence speaks clearly of intelligence. The brain cavity of Deinonychus was large for its body size, especially in the regions that controlled balance and sight. This suggests a mind capable of complex reactions, where movement was measured and deliberate rather than automatic. The eyes faced forward, granting depth perception essential for judging distance. Combined with quick reflexes and a lightweight body, these traits turned it into one of the first truly modern predators. Hints of feathers appear faintly in the rock around related species, wisps preserved like whispers of texture. Though none from Deinonychus itself are fully confirmed, the evidence from its close relatives shows a body at least partly cloaked in fine plumage. These were not the broad feathers of flight, but narrow, filamentous strands that trapped heat close to the body. Their presence spoke of warmth, not in emotion, but in metabolism. They implied a creature that maintained its temperature, a living engine that consumed energy and transformed it into speed. The world it inhabited would have demanded such adaptation. The early Cretaceous was a place of shifting climates, alternating between heat and cool, drought and flood. In that setting, only those who could move swiftly, think quickly, and respond precisely would endure. Deinonychus was part of that evolutionary refinement, bridging the line between the cold precision of ancient reptiles and the burning efficiency of modern birds. When its remains were first shown to the public, the perception of dinosaurs began to change. The heavy, dragging creatures of older imagination gave way to something new, beings alive with tension and grace. Artists redrew the past with motion instead of stillness. Scientists began to speak of warm-blooded metabolisms, social behavior, and feathered forms. The bones of Deinonychus had become the key that unlocked a different vision of prehistory. Even now, when its fossils rest in quiet glass cases, they seem coiled with the memory of movement. The spine arches in a perfect curve, the claws still ready, the tail straight and balanced as though it might leap again at any moment. Its story is written not just in stone, but in the way we now understand life itself as something fluid, intelligent, and endlessly adaptable. In that small predator, crouched beneath ferns and filtered sunlight, the blueprint of the modern hunter had already taken shape. Its bones whisper the beginning of a new rhythm on Earth, the rhythm of feathers, focus, and motion, carried forward into every bird that cuts the sky today. Long before the Sahara hardened into silence, when its dunes were still beds of soil and reed, northern Africa was alive with water. Rivers braided across the land in looping strands, wide and slow, their surfaces shining with the glare of an unbroken sun. They carried silt from distant highlands and spread it across plains where palms rose like pillars from the heat. Along their banks, great herds gathered to drink, their reflections trembling in the shallows beside the trunks of ancient ferns. The air smelled of algae and mud. Beneath that stillness moved a network of hunters, each obeying its own law of hunger. It was a world that balanced on tension. These lands were home to more giant predators than any other place scientists have ever found together. Yet they did not share territory through peace. They shared it through division, through a careful balance of niche and need, each one confined by its anatomy to a narrow place on the board. The rivers were the arteries of this world, and the great fish that swam within them fed a hunter unlike any other. Along those currents lived a creature whose weight could anchor it in the flow, its bones dense enough to resist the pull of buoyancy. Its body slid through the shallows with the rhythm of a crocodile, its long snout fitted with conical teeth that glinted when it broke the surface. It did not chase across land, nor sprint after herds, but waited where the current was thick with life, seizing fish the length of small boats and the occasional unwary reptile that came too close. On the plains beyond, where the mud dried and cracked into yellow stone, another hunter ruled. This one walked high on long legs, its stride light and steady, its jaws filled with serrated teeth shaped to slice flesh cleanly away from bone. It was faster, leaner, and built for pursuit. When herds of herbivores crossed the flats, it followed the dust they raised, waiting for one to stumble or tire. When it struck, the attack was not an ambush but a chase, a moving geometry of timing and motion. Between river and plain, in the low bands of reeds where the ground never fully dried, smaller shapes darted. These hunters were built for speed, their bones narrow, their steps quick, the kind that could weave between roots and water lines. They moved where the giants could not. Theirs was a scavenger's life, one of darting strikes and quick retreats, of feeding on what others left behind or could not reach. All of them have been found together in the same stretch of stone, a deposit known as the Baharia Formation. In those rocks, their teeth and bones lie tangled in a single layer of time. That puzzle has fascinated paleontologists for generations, because such an arrangement defies the patterns of the modern world. Today, ecosystems rarely sustain more than one dominant predator in a single region. Here, the Earth tells of three or more, all enormous, all carnivorous, all living within the same domain. Some researchers see in that record a story of division, of specialization so sharp that coexistence became possible. The rivers fed one, the open plains another, and the flooded edges a third. Each had evolved to claim what the others could not, splitting the environment into tiers of opportunity. Yet even that separation could not last forever. Seasons ruled this world, and each season redrew the lines. When the floods came, the land bloomed with green. The rivers rose until they spilled across their banks, and fish and carrion became abundant. In those times, the hunters kept their distance, each content within its own sphere. But when the dry months deepened and the air grew still, the water lines receded and the ground split open. Pools that once spanned miles shrank into chains of muddy hollows. The smell of rot thickened, and hunger drove the living closer together. One such season might have seen the river's edge become a stage of chaos. At a shallow confluence, a dying herbivore collapsed, its body half submerged in the silt. The air buzzed with flies. From the trees, a shadow watched, its nostrils twitching to the scent. Another figure waited on the far side, silent except for the crunch of bone underfoot. Both advanced, their paths converging on the same carcass. The fish-eater came first, rising from the shallows, its sail reflecting sunlight across the red water. The land hunter circled, teeth bared, drawn by the same smell. The meeting was brief, violent, and without sound except for the splash and drag of bodies through mud. The river stained darker that day, a mark swallowed by the next storm and preserved only in the bones that would one day fossilize side by side. Perhaps such moments repeated themselves whenever the world grew tight. During the longest droughts, as months stretched into scarcity, predators that once lived apart were forced together around the last remaining channels. The fish vanished first, the carcasses next. The plains cracked, and the wind carried dust instead of rain. In those lean seasons, the air itself became hostile, filled with heat and hunger. Every survivor that approached the shrinking water did so with risk, because each drink might bring an ambush. The fossils bear traces of that tension, bones scarred by teeth, some healed, others broken mid-bite. Whether the wounds came from battle or from scavenging does not matter. They speak of a world where survival demanded confrontation. The Bahariya Formation records not a single moment in time, but many, each layered atop the last like pages pressed together by water and weight. The bones it holds may not belong to one living community, but to generations drawn back again and again to the same river that both fed and drowned them. Floods would wash their remains downstream, burying them beneath silt. Then droughts would expose them once more, only for the cycle to begin again. Through those cycles, the land itself became a kind of battlefield, shaped not by territory but by need. Each predator learned the edges of its endurance. Each season rearranged the rules. Their coexistence was fragile, born from constant adjustment, a chessboard of life and death played out across water, dust, and time. The Sahara that exists now is quiet, its rivers long vanished beneath the weight of sand. Yet beneath that silence lies a record of movement and struggle, a memory of red water and broken bone. It was here that the balance between land and river was tested until it failed. And across the sea, in another land that would soon rise into its own age of giants, a different predator was refining a new answer to the same ancient question: how to rule in a world already full of kings. Across the northern plains of ancient North America, the air once carried the scent of pine and river mud. The ground trembled softly beneath the weight of something immense, a rhythm that rolled across the landscape like a distant heartbeat. In the shadow of towering conifers and beneath skies thick with summer storms, the tyrant of the north walked. Tyrannosaurus rex moved through that world not as a brute of chaos, but as the result of countless refinements, a structure built by time itself. It was among the last of its kind, appearing in the twilight of the dinosaurs. Where earlier predators had experimented with speed or size, Tyrannosaurus had reached balance. Its proportions, its senses, its skeleton, all were tuned to efficiency. At over 12 meters in length and more than 6 tons in weight, it was vast yet measured. Its body did not lumber but flowed, a sequence of motions that always found their center. Evolution had condensed millions of years of design into a creature whose every movement was an act of precision. The skull was its greatest statement of purpose. Stretching more than 1.5 meters from snout to neck, it was a structure both massive and light. Cavities ran through its bones, forming chambers that reduced weight without weakening strength. Along the edges, its teeth stood like a wall of daggers, thick and conical, their roots embedded deep within the jaw. Each tooth could bear thousands of kilograms of pressure without shattering. Unlike the slicing blades of earlier hunters, these teeth crushed and pulverized. When the jaws closed, the force drove through bone, splitting it into fragments that the animal could swallow whole. Studies of fossilized skulls reveal how that power worked. The upper jaw did not move rigidly against the lower one. Instead, the bones flexed minutely, distributing impact and preventing fractures. Each bite became a controlled burst of pressure, concentrated yet stable. The muscles that powered this mechanism anchored to ridges at the back of the skull, their mass forming almost a third of the head's total weight. The design was both brutal and delicate, a living press built to dismantle life. Inside the skull, the architecture grew even more remarkable. The space for the olfactory bulbs, which processed scent, was vast. Their size indicated a sense of smell among the finest ever measured in any land predator. It could read the air the way others read the ground, detecting decay, movement, and even the chemical traces of living bodies from immense distances. Fossil endocasts, natural molds of the brain cavity, show that the regions linked to scent and spatial memory were deeply developed. It could not only sense where something was, but remember where it had been. Its eyes faced forward, giving true binocular vision. That alignment allowed it to judge distance with near perfect accuracy. Through that gaze, it saw not just shapes, but depth and texture. The optic nerves that once threaded through its skull were thick, suggesting sight sharp enough to catch the twitch of prey across a clearing. Its hearing, too, was refined. The inner ear bones, preserved in stone, reveal that it could detect low-frequency vibrations that traveled through the ground. It could sense footsteps before they reached its eyes. The brain that processed all of this was proportionally large for a reptile. Within that curved cavity, lobes for coordination and balance were pronounced. It could turn, stabilize, and strike in a single continuous flow. Nothing about its build was wasted. Each sense connected seamlessly to motion, each muscle aligned with purpose. Its arms, though small in proportion, were dense with muscle. Each could lift weights far greater than their appearance suggested. They were not tools for grasping prey in mid-hunt, but stabilizers, instruments of leverage when rising from rest or holding down a carcass. Their shortness reduced strain during feeding, keeping the body compact and balanced over the massive torso. Below the body, its legs carried the true expression of its dominance. The femur and tibia were built like pillars, yet their proportions spoke of a careful trade between weight and motion. Modeling of muscle attachment sites shows that Tyrannosaurus could walk with surprising efficiency, conserving energy even across long distances. Its pace was steady, not frantic, each step part of a rhythm that carried it across floodplains and valleys in search of movement or scent. Tracks preserved in ancient mud show the spacing of its gait, long and confident. Some prints are accompanied by the smaller impressions of juveniles, hinting that young Tyrannosaurus may have followed the adults. The smaller individuals, lighter and faster, may have hunted separately, taking smaller prey, their roles shifting with age until full maturity. In that structure lay the beginnings of strategy, not intelligence in the human sense, but an instinctive pattern shaped by time and necessity. Its world was dense with life. Herds of triceratops moved across the plains, their horns glinting in the light. Edmontosaurus gathered in groups along the rivers, tearing at the leaves of cycads and conifers. Beneath their migrations waited the apex hunter, reading the vibration of their steps, the direction of the wind, the faint pulse of the living landscape. The hunt was never a chase of speed, but a calculation. It needed only one advantage: timing. A single step too close, a moment of hesitation, and the tyrant's jaws would close with a sound that ended motion itself. Even its bones show evidence of the hardships of that life. Many fossils carry signs of injury: healed ribs, punctured jaws, vertebrae fused by strain. These marks are not of weakness, but of survival. They speak of creatures that lived long enough to endure their battles, to recover and hunt again. In some skeletons, teeth marks from others of the same kind appear, a reminder that competition among tyrants was as fierce as their rule over prey. The design of Tyrannosaurus rex is a record of equilibrium. Power did not come from excess, but from the removal of everything unnecessary. Its body was the outcome of endless adjustments, bone, muscle, and sense intertwined until only function remained. It stood not just as a hunter, but as the culmination of all that came before it, a machine of evolution that carried the quiet certainty of perfection. The last days of the Cretaceous were filled with a deceptive calm. Across the northern plains, morning light moved slowly through mist that hung above low ferns and cycads. The air carried the sweetness of decay and wet soil. In that quiet haze, herds of triceratops grazed among patches of horsetail, their horns glinting in the sun, their tails flicking away insects that drifted like smoke. Each was a fortress of moving bone, a rhythm of weight and breath, steady and alert. Beneath the stillness, however, tension pulsed like a second heartbeat in the earth. Somewhere beyond the ferns, hidden by dust and silence, another shape moved, slow and inevitable. The hunter was Tyrannosaurus rex, the apex of a long lineage of predators honed by time. Its stride was broad but unhurried, the arc of its tail counterbalancing the rise and fall of its skull. Every step was measured through the vibration of the ground. It could taste scent in the air, the trace of blood, the musk of herds, the fading warmth of the living. Between these two giants, predator and prey, the land itself seemed to hold its breath. When they met, it was not an event of myth, but a pattern written into their coexistence. Both species were products of the same environment, shaped by the same pressures of survival. The skull of Triceratops stretched nearly 2 meters long, its bony frill anchoring massive muscles that could turn its head into a moving shield. The two great brow horns curved forward, built not just for show but for impact, thick at the base, narrowing to polished points that bore the scratches of use. Facing it, Tyrannosaurus carried the most powerful bite ever known on land, its jaws filled with conical teeth that could puncture and wrench through bone. Fossils tell us these encounters were not imagined. They left traces in the stone circular punctures through Triceratops' frills, edges crushed inwards as though by a living vice. The spacing between those holes matches Tyrannosaurus' teeth perfectly, each mark aligned like the ridges of a key fitting into a lock. They fit like a key, a match many paleontologists find compelling. On several skulls, the rims of these punctures are rounded and smoothed, signs of healing that spread outward like ripples frozen in time. The bone grew back, mending itself around the wound. That means some Triceratops survived. Not just once, but many times multiple skulls show healed lesions consistent with tyrannosaurid tooth spacing, suggesting repeated, survived encounters over the span of their lives. In other cases, there was no healing. The punctures remained sharp and fresh, bone splintered where the pressure overwhelmed its structure. The predator's bite could reach more than 8,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush a carapace of bone or sever a spine in one motion. The difference between survival and death is written in those edges. Smooth curves where life continued, jagged fractures where it stopped. One particular skull, catalogued as More 3027, holds 2 holes through the frill, each perfectly matching the spacing of Tyrannosaurus's outer teeth. Around the wounds, the bone shows faint remodeling, the first signs of healing before the animal's death. It had survived the strike, perhaps weeks or months, before something else, perhaps the same predator, found it again. The fossil captures a story without sound. The flash of movement, the heavy impact, the deep bite, and the long, slow recovery that followed. Scientists study these bones like evidence from an ancient investigation. The direction of each puncture reveals the angle of attack, The wounds slope slightly downward, showing that Tyrannosaurus struck from above, clamping down on the neck or frill with a motion that leveraged its weight. Microscopic analysis of the bone surface shows how stress fractures radiated away from each bite, as if the skull itself had absorbed the echo of force. In some skulls, healed and unhealed wounds overlap, one layered upon another, as though the same individual had faced its hunter more than once. The Triceratops, for its part, did not endure passively. Its horns were weapons of equal intention. Under a microscope, their tips reveal parallel grooves etched by friction scars from striking something hard again and again. Some of those scratches align with the thickness of Tyrannosaurus ribs. Whether from defense or rivalry, they speak of contact, of an animal accustomed to meeting power with precision. To recreate these encounters, researchers use digital reconstructions that map stress across muscle and bone. When the models simulate a Tyrannosaurus bite on a Triceratops' neck, the result is astonishing. The jaws close with pressure strong enough to fracture rock, yet the curved frill of Triceratops deflects part of that energy, dispersing it along its rim like a living shield. The outcome is not instant death, but struggle strength, meeting geometry, momentum balanced against resistance. In some fossil sites, their remains are found together, mingled in the same layer of sediment. A Tyrannosaurus tooth rests beside the pelvis of a Triceratops, broken and worn, likely shed during feeding. Elsewhere, an intact Triceratops skeleton bears feeding marks along its ribs, the gouges semicircular and evenly spaced, carved by the same jaws that once delivered fatal bites. Whether the animal was hunted or scavenged, the result was the same: energy transferred back into the earth through the slow work of decay. Each meeting between them was part of a larger rhythm, a cycle of abundance, hunger, and renewal. Across the floodplains of what is now Montana and the Dakotas, they shared a fragile landscape of rivers and forests that rose and fell with the seasons. During wet months, the land was rich with vegetation, and herds could move safely under the watch of their horns. But as drought hardened, the soil and food grew scarce, paths crossed more often, the scent of weakness carried far, and patience was a luxury neither side could afford. In that ancient world, sound traveled differently. A low rumble might have rolled across the open plain, the shifting of a Triceratops herd, the tremor of their footsteps. From the tree line, another vibration answered, steady and measured, each stride longer than the last. When they met, there was no roar, no cinematic fury, only the dull percussion of contact, horn meeting bone, tooth finding purchase. It was not cruelty, only balanced predator and prey, bound together by design, each testing the other's perfection. The bones that remain are the echoes of those tests. Every puncture and healed ridge holds a story of collision, a dialogue between two forms that defined the end of their age. The fossils do not tell who won. They record only that both endured, long enough to leave their signatures in stone. And as the world darkened toward its final extinction, their struggle became the last great lesson written in the bones of giants, a record of motion, reaction, and the intelligence that guided both. To understand that intelligence, to trace how a creature like Tyrannosaurus could read its world through vibration, scent, and sight, one must look deeper into the anatomy of its senses and the mind that powered the final hunter of deep time. Long before the first roar, before thought took shape, awareness ruled the earth. The creatures of the Mesozoic lived by the smallest flickers of perception: the tremor of a footstep through the soil, the glint of motion in half light, the faint trace of scent carried by wind, These were the messages their bodies learned to read. Inside their skulls, the architecture of survival was built not from imagination, but from bone. What remains today are the fossils of sensation, the hollows where eyes turned toward prey, the canals that held balance and hearing, and the winding chambers that once inhaled the invisible stories of scent. The eyes tell the clearest story. In the early Triassic hunters, the orbits faced outward, granting a panoramic view of the horizon, but little depth. They could see the world's width, but not its distance. Over time, as predation grew more complex and the need for precision deepened, the eyes began to angle forward. By the late Cretaceous, the shift had become pronounced. In predators such as Tyrannosaurus rex, Troodon, and Deinonychus, the sockets tilted inward, creating a wide zone where both eyes' fields overlapped. That convergence, known as binocular vision, gave depth a measure of space no earlier hunter possessed with such accuracy. The bony rings that once encircled these eyes, called scleral rings, tell of the light that shaped their habits. In fossils of small dromaeosaurs, those rings form broad circles with large central openings, suggesting pupils that could widen to capture faint light. These were twilight hunters, creatures that saw not in color but in contrast, tracing movement through shadow and dusk. In Troodon, the scleral ring is enormous in proportion to the skull, one of the largest among known theropods. Its wide aperture implies eyes that remained active when day faded to gray, allowing it to pursue small prey beneath the canopy while larger hunters slept. In Tyrannosaurus, the eyes faced almost fully forward, a rarity among reptiles. Reconstructions show its binocular arc extending beyond 50 degrees, rivaling that of modern raptors. That overlap allowed exact depth perception, the ability to judge distance to a moving target with near instant precision. For an animal that hunted in dense forests and broken floodplains, every fraction of space mattered. Even slight misjudgment could mean a missed strike. Evolution adjusted the geometry of its skull until its gaze became an instrument of distance. The ears held another kind of power. Inside their skulls lie the traces of the semicircular canal's looping tubes, once filled with fluid that told the animal where it was in space. In Tyrannosaurus, these canals are thick and well defined, especially the horizontal one, which governs balance during turning. That proportion reveals a surprising agility for such a massive body. It was not built merely to lumber forward, but to pivot, to correct itself mid-step, to aim its gaze, while the rest of its frame moved beneath it. The inner ear also preserves the cochlea, the spiral passage that translates vibration into sound. In Tyrannosaurus, it is long and gently curved, suggesting sensitivity to low frequencies. That means it likely detected sounds we could not hear, deep rolling notes that traveled through ground and air alike. Such sensitivity would allow it to sense the distant steps of other giants, or the rumble of thunder beyond the hills, long before sight confirmed their presence. The world of that age was not quiet, and the tyrant's ear could hear its slow thunder long before its eyes could see it. In smaller theropods, those same structures take on a different shape. The semicircular canals of Velociraptor and Deinonychus are narrow and elongated, tuned for sudden shifts. They could whip their heads to one side without losing focus, the inner ear adjusting almost instantly to new orientation. This combination of vision and equilibrium made their reflexes astonishingly fast. They were built not just to attack, but to track, to maintain an unbroken line between eye and prey, even while running or leaping across uneven ground. The sense of smell provided the silent map that tied these senses together. Inside the skulls of large carnivores, The nasal passages form a maze of curves and ridges. These ridges, called turbinates, once held moist membranes rich in sensory cells. Air entering the nostrils spiraled through this labyrinth, its molecules captured and interpreted by layers of tissue. In Tyrannosaurus, these passages are immense, coiling deep into the skull before narrowing near the brain. The size of its olfactory bulbs, reconstructed from the cavity at the front of the brain case, ranks among the largest of any known land animal. It could follow scent trails for kilometers, reading the faintest chemical traces left by carcasses or living prey. Even smaller predators shared echoes of this refinement. Deinonychus, with its narrow snout and elevated nasal openings, might have used smell to sense proximity rather than distance. A single shift of wind could carry the odor of blood or disturbed soil, revealing the presence of something alive nearby. For both hunter and hunted, scent was not an accessory, it was an extension of awareness. The herbivores, too, carried their own sensory landscapes. The broad-nosed hadrosaurs, with skulls lined by convoluted nasal chambers, likely perceived the world through both sound and vibration. Air that passed through their long crests produced resonant calls that could roll for miles, while their inner ears were tuned to those same frequencies. The conversation between herd members was conducted not in sight, but in tone vibrations through air and ground, felt more than heard. All of these senses met in one purpose, motion guided by precision. At the base of the skull, broad flanges of bone anchored muscles that allowed the head to turn and stabilize at speed. This junction between skull and neck, called the occipital condyle, acted as a finely balanced hinge. It let the head move independently of the shoulders, keeping the gaze fixed even as the body shifted beneath it. That coordination, carried forward through birds today, was the foundation of every leap, every strike, every evasive turn. In Troodon and other nimble dromaeosaurs, the spacing of the inner ear canals reveals near-perfect equilibrium. They could pivot in midair, land, and spin again without losing alignment between eye, ear, and body. Each motion was instantaneous, not a thought but a reflex, carved into their structure through generations of necessity. The fossils preserve that coordination in geometry, alone curves and hollows that still mirror the flow of movement. What emerges from these remains is a map of how life sensed itself into being. Vision marked distance, hearing traced vibration, smell mapped the unseen, and balance tied them all together. There is no need for interpretation or emotion in these bones. They speak through proportion, through the mathematical grace of survival. The minds and social tactics that shaped behavior came later, building upon this foundation. For now, what the bones tell is enough, that long before reason, before memory or will, awareness itself was already alive, woven into the shape of every skull that once turned toward the sound of something moving in the dark. In the slow heat of the Cretaceous sun, where vast plains rolled beneath forests of fern and cycads, not every creature lived by the rules of the hunt. While some evolved sharper claws and keener eyes, others turned inward, perfecting the art of endurance. They became fortresses of flesh and bone, creatures that carried their safety upon their backs. These were the armored ones, the quiet survivors, who found strength not in speed or teeth, but in stillness and defense. Among them walked the ankylosaurs, broad and low to the ground, their bodies sheathed in overlapping plates of bone called osteoderms. Each plate was a natural shield, fused directly into the skin like living armor. From above, they looked almost sculpted from stone, every inch covered in texture and pattern. Sunlight glinted softly across their backs as they moved through the undergrowth, their heavy tails swaying in slow rhythm. They were not built to flee. they were built to endure. Predators that once struck with ease found themselves confronted by these moving fortresses. A Tyrannosaurus, towering above, might have tested the armor of an ankylosaur, but each attempt came with risk. The ankylosaur's tail was more than a balance tool. It was a weapon, a massive club of solid bone that could swing with enough force to shatter the leg of an attacking predator. The structure of this tail was a marvel of natural engineering, its vertebrae locked together into a rigid handle, powered by muscles that ran deep along the spine. In life, when that club struck, it could deliver a blow as heavy as a hammer, fast enough to break bone. The ankylosaur's body told the story of its world. Every spike, every ridge was a response to danger. Fossils reveal patterns of healing on the plates, showing that even armor was tested, that claws and teeth did meet their mark. Yet time and again, these creatures survived, their injuries healed into the very shields that had saved them. Their existence proved that strength did not always belong to the fastest or fiercest. Sometimes it belonged to the one that could simply outlast. Not far from their armored kin roamed the stegosaurs, older in lineage but no less remarkable in their design. With 2 rows of towering plates running along their backs and a tail tipped with sharp spikes, they carried a balance of defense and deterrence. The plates, once thought to serve only protection, are now believed to have helped regulate body temperature, absorbing and releasing heat through a web of blood vessels. Some scientists think they might also have been used for display, flashes of color, or movement to signal strength or warn rivals. The spikes, though, told a simpler story, known as the thagomizer. This set of 4 long points at the tail's end could pierce deeply when swung in defense. In one fossilized encounter, the vertebra of a predatory Allosaurus was found with a deep puncture that fit perfectly with the size and spacing of a stegosaur's spikes. It was a rare but lasting record of what happened when speed met precision and failed. Each species of armored herbivore carried its own style of survival. Some, like the Euoplocephalus, combined flexibility with protection, moving across forests and floodplains in groups, their armor blending with the earthy colors of the land. Others, like the Polacanthus, had lighter builds, choosing mobility over weight, their sides lined with spines that discouraged any close approach. Even within defense, evolution found variation, as if it were testing how far it could push the idea of safety before slowing life too much. These creatures transformed the rules of nature's arms race. Every new predator forced armor to grow thicker, spikes to grow longer, tails to grow heavier, but every new defense pushed predators to grow smarter, faster, and stronger. In this unspoken contest between offense and defense, neither side ever truly won. Instead, both refined each other, sharpening through time into the intricate balance of survival. The world itself seemed to adjust around them, ecosystems shaped by the tension between those who struck and those who stood their ground. The texture of their bones tells a story of resilience written in fine detail. Some ankylosaur fossils show the remains of soft tissue fused with their armor plates, revealing how deeply defense was woven into their very being. Others show bite marks healed over, the marks of close encounters survived. Their bodies were landscapes of scars, each one an echo of an attack turned aside. Even in their movements, there was quiet purpose. They grazed low among ferns and cycads, their massive weight pressing deep prints into the mud. In herds, they likely moved slowly, their armor glinting like a procession of living shields. Predators would have watched from the edges, calculating, waiting for weakness that rarely came. The ankylosaur did not flee or fight in haste. It stood firm, tail poised, patient as the earth. As the ages passed and climates shifted, These armored forms continued to evolve, but their philosophy never changed. Survival, for them, was not about dominance, it was about persistence, the steady endurance of life that refused to break. Long after their predators vanished, their bones remained, layered in sediment like relics of a forgotten strategy. Even in silence, their legacy endures. In every creature that hides behind shell or scale, in every species that survives through endurance rather than attack, there is a trace of them. The world once echoed with their slow steps, the sound of armor moving through grass and shadow. They were the quiet counterpoint to the roar of the hunt, the living proof that sometimes the greatest strength is simply to withstand. Beneath the crust of time, some fossils still hold the shape of movement. They are not quiet relics, but echoes of encounters, moments where muscle met resistance and will met its equal. Within their fractures and punctures are the signatures of conflict, each mark a record of pursuit, escape, and defiance. Though the creatures themselves are gone, the patterns they left in bone preserve the instant where predator and prey converged, and for a heartbeat, the outcome could have gone either way. In the red sands of the Gobi Desert, one such instant has survived with a clarity that borders on haunting. There, half buried in ancient dunes, paleontologists uncovered two skeletons forever locked together. The smaller, a Velociraptor mongoliensis, stands frozen mid-lunge, its hind leg extended, the great sickle claw driven deep into the throat of its opponent. The other, a Protoceratops andrewsi, has its parrot-like beak clamped around the raptor's right forearm, the bones crushed under the bite. The position of their bodies leaves no doubt of what happened. The herbivore's powerful jaws trapped its attacker, while the raptor's killing claw found its mark in turn. Before either could release, the sands shifted, perhaps by the collapse of a dune, entombing them together. Over millions of years, their battle solidified into stone. Even now, the curve of the raptor's talon lies within the hollow of its target's neck, and the herbivore's beak still grips the limb that struck it. It is a fossil unlike any other, not a scene of death after life, but life captured at the edge of death. Elsewhere, the signs of such collisions are quieter, recorded in single marks rather than whole skeletons. On the weathered tailbones of an Edmontosaurus annectans, paleontologists once found a pair of smooth punctures, circular and clean-edged, that cut deep into the bone. The spacing and depth of those wounds match the teeth of Tyrannosaurus rex exactly, each puncture angled slightly forward, showing that the predator had clamped down and pulled back. The bone displays no sign of healing. The blow was final. Yet another hadrosaur tale from the same region tells a different story. Across one of its vertebrae runs a deep gouge that did heal, the bone knitting unevenly where the bite once tore through it. The injury's shape mirrors the curvature of a tyrannosaur tooth, and microscopic ridges along its inner walls show that the bone was alive when it received the wound. This animal escaped. For weeks or months, it carried the scar of that near encounter, the trace of a hunt it survived by chance or speed. Not all evidence of pursuit comes from bones. Sometimes the ground itself remembers. On a slab of ancient mudstone found in Canada's Horseshoe Canyon Formation, two trails cross in perfect sequence. One set of prints belongs to a hadrosaur, broad and three-toed, pressed lightly at first, then deepening as the stride shortens. The second trail, larger and sharper, mirrors it at a steady distance behind. The spacing never varies, the pursuit measured and relentless. At the point where the smaller tracks end, the larger ones veer sharply, pressing harder into the substrate. The soil's texture changes there, churned and chaotic. No further steps of the hadrosaur appear beyond that point. What began as two paths ends as one. The mud kept their final moment in its surface, a record not of victory, but of contact. The fossils also show that prey did not always flee, sometimes it fought back. In one remarkable skull of Triceratops horridus, unearthed in Wyoming, the right horn core bears a puncture wound that penetrates clean through the bone. The hole is round, beveled, and nearly identical in size to the tip of another Triceratops horn. Around the margins, the bone has begun to heal, its edges smoothing over where tissue once repaired itself. The geometry of the wound indicates a downward and frontal strike, a clash delivered head-on, with tremendous force. The attacker's horn pierced the solid horn core of its rival and withdrew, leaving the other animal to live for months before the wound closed. The regrowth is uneven, proof of the pain endured and overcome. The fossil holds no noise, yet one can imagine the collision, the ground shuddering beneath the impact, the air splitting with the sound of bone meeting bone. Predators, too, bore the scars of resistance. In a partial Tyrannosaurus skeleton recovered from the Hell Creek Formation, the ribs show distinct fractures that healed during life. Some are bent inward, the result of a force striking from below or the side. The spacing of the breaks matches the estimated spread of Triceratops horns, suggesting that the predator had lunged and been struck before it could deliver a killing bite. It survived the encounter, though the ribs healed unevenly, forming swollen ridges along their length. These distortions in the bone are not random. They are the memory of counterattack, a trace of the moment when prey became the aggressor. Other fossils hold subtler signs. Along the tail of a hadrosaur, found in South Dakota, a series of parallel gouges run diagonally across the surface of several vertebrae. The marks are evenly spaced, each about 2 centimeters apart, and their edges show no healing. They align perfectly with the claw spacing of a mid-sized dromaeosaurid, likely a Daguerreotaraptor. The pattern suggests a glancing strike during pursuit, when the predator's foot raked across the tail as the prey leapt forward. The hadrosaur escaped, but not without a wound that tore through flesh and left its record in bone. These grooves are not random scratches. They are the fossilized echo of velocity, a chase translated into geometry. Together, these remains reveal how fine the balance between hunter and hunted truly was. The dinosaurs of those ages did not exist as caricatures of dominance or submission. Their lives were continuous exchanges of opportunity and reaction, of strikes met with defense and escapes that left lasting scars. The fossils do not glorify violence. They capture proximity, the instant where survival depended on the angle of a horn or the reach of a jaw. Scattered across deserts and badlands, these fragments of motion remain. A tooth embedded in a rib, a claw tip fused into a spine, a healed puncture where the bone remembers impact. Each carries the same quiet message, that life once moved here, that it collided, resisted, and endured. The earth does not preserve sound or scent or fear. It preserves contact, the physical dialogue between predator and prey that once shaped the rhythm of every breath. And in that dialogue, frozen now in stone, the past still trembles faintly, as if the dust itself remembers the struggle that gave it form. In the stillness of a laboratory, where the air hums faintly with machines and light pools softly across stone, a single fossil bone rests beneath a microscope. Its surface, rough and mineralized, carries more than age. Under magnification, the stone resolves into fine textures, a web of tiny ridges and scars frozen mid-motion. What looks like fracture becomes story, and what once was pain becomes evidence. It is here, in these patterns of damage and repair, that paleopathology finds its language, the study of wounds that healed before the earth turned them to stone. These biographies in bone mark survivors, not just victims. Each specimen begins as a puzzle. The cracks and swellings that line its surface are not random. Some were born of impact, some of strain, others of infection or disease. When scientists thinly slice these bones for histological study, the interior becomes a record of process, a slow memory of response. Broken fibers, once filled with blood and tissue, still reveal their structure under polarized light. Coarse, disorganized tissue, called woven bone, appears first, bridging the damage in a hasty scaffold. Over time, if the animal lived long enough, smoother lamellar bone replaced it, layer upon layer, realigning into the organized framework of recovery. That shift, from chaos to structure, is written into the fossil like the changing rhythm of a heartbeat that never stopped. The wounds of the hunt were the most direct. In the skeletons of great predators such as Tyrannosaurus rex, signs of violence are everywhere, but many of them healed. The famous specimen, nicknamed Sue, carries multiple broken ribs that knit themselves together again, each thickened along the fracture line where new bone overlapped the old. The tail vertebrae are fused near their base, likely the result of strain or trauma from pursuit and impact. Along the jawline, small circular pits remain where infection took hold in the soft tissue, their edges sealed by mineral regrowth. These openings once oozed with pus, a bacterial invasion known today as osteomyelitis, but the closed rims show that Sue's immune system walled it off successfully. Even with infection and fractures, this enormous hunter lived on. In every scan of her skeleton, CT imaging reveals the unmistakable geometry of healing ribs reshaped by regrowth, spines reinforced by scar tissue turned to stone. The smaller carnivores reveal another kind of endurance. In Deinonychus and Velociraptor, hairline fractures lace the slender bones of their feet and hands, often near the joints that bore the strain of leaping or gripping prey. Some ribs show healed punctures, others show compacted cracks, where repeated stress bent the bone until it thickened. These are the traces of motion, repeated thousands of times, claws that struck, muscles that tensed, impacts that never fully stopped the body's momentum. In several specimens, the symmetry of damage on both sides of the body suggests not accident but habit, a rhythm of injury built into survival itself. The wounds of the herd tell of a different life. Among the massive herbivores, scars of endurance run deep through the skeleton. The long leg bones of hadrosaurs sometimes display spiraling fractures, healed with uneven, almost molten texture. The rough surface of these calluses suggests bone that grew too quickly, rebuilt just enough to restore function. These animals survived the break and continued to walk on it, their bodies choosing efficiency over beauty. In the thick tails of sauropods, some vertebrae are fused together, evidence of cartilage turned to bone after years of strain from supporting their enormous weight. The fusion is imperfect but functional, a natural brace that stabilized the spine. Ankylosaurs, the armored herbivores, show fractures sealed beneath plates that had once shielded them from predators. Some of these plates bear shallow pits that later filled with bone, scars of bacterial infection that hardened into permanence. Others show clear impact marks, circular and deep, perhaps from the crushing blow of a tail club or the bite of a carnivore. Beneath these injuries, the bone regenerated from within, each wound a small monument to survival. Even among the fiercest hunters, the wounds of rivalry left lasting impressions. The broad jaws of many tyrannosaurids carry crescent-shaped gouges that match the bite pattern of their own kind. These face-biting scars, shallow but unmistakable, appear most often along the edges of the muzzle and around the eye sockets. In living animals, such wounds would have bled freely, yet in fossil form they tell of endurance. the ragged margins smoothed during healing, suggesting these battles likely over territory or mates rarely ended in death. A Tyrannosaur's face was both weapon and target, and the scars it bore through life became part of its identity. The wounds of disease are subtler but no less telling. In many specimens, the internal canals that once carried blood now reveal traces of chronic infection. The dark cavities that punctuate the cross section of certain bones are abscesses turned to crystal, their edges softened where the body's defenses sealed them off. Some vertebrae show evidence of arthritis, where the joints fused under strain, locking segments into immobility. The thick ridges of fused tailbones in duck-billed dinosaurs, the bowed limbs of ankylosaurs, the swollen joints of horned ceratopsians all show a lifetime of weight and motion resisted until structure gave way. Yet in that failure lies adaptation. Many of these animals lived long after their skeletons stiffened, the fused joints forming natural splints that let them move without breaking. Through CT scans and micro-thin slices, paleopathologists trace these ancient healings, one fiber at a time. Around the margins of old fractures, Haversian canals spiral and twist, rerouting the flow of nutrients once carried by blood. In these dense mazes, scientists can measure time, the rate of bone deposition, the duration between injury and repair. By comparing growth layers, they estimate that some of these animals survived months, even years, after trauma that would cripple most modern creatures. The study of such bones is slow work. Each sample demands care, patience, and quiet concentration. A fracture misread as post-mortem damage can rewrite the story of a life. Yet, through that patience, something remarkable emerges. Every healed wound becomes a window into physiology, metabolism, and endurance. The quick remodeling of bone in large dinosaurs suggests warm, active bodies more akin to birds and mammals than to reptiles. Their healing rates reveal not weakness, but vitality, the biological momentum that let them recover again and again from the violence of their world. When the microscope's light dims, the specimen remains silent, but what it represents endures. The fossil is not simply evidence of injury, it is a chronicle of resilience. The fused vertebrae, the sealed infections, the thickened calluses, all whisper the same truth that life, even in its most ancient forms, found ways to repair itself. The blood once carried through those canals is long gone, replaced by stone, yet the architecture of survival remains intact. These are not the bones of the fallen. They are the bones of survivors, bodies that broke, mended, and kept moving beneath the long and patient sun. In the silence of the fossil beds, long after the last heartbeat of the Cretaceous faded, there remain bones that tell stories of hunger turned inward. They rest beside river stones and silted channels, their surfaces carved by teeth and time. To most eyes, they are simply scars in ancient bone, but to those who study them, they speak of moments when the balance of nature slipped into something harsher. These are the traces of cannibalism, rare and uneasy records of creatures that fed upon their own kind when nothing else remained. Yet even here, caution must guide every interpretation. Tooth mark assignments are probabilistic, context matters, and what looks like self-predation might also be the quiet work of scavengers or the mixing of carcasses long after death. On the island that would one day become Madagascar, such evidence lies written into the remains of a predator that ruled its isolated world. Majungasaurus crenatissimus was not enormous compared to the giants of other continents, but on this island it was sovereign. Its skull was deep and powerfully built, with teeth shaped like serrated blades that could cut through flesh and scrape against bone. Across the broad floodplains of late Cretaceous Madagascar, Fossils of Majungasaurus appear again and again, scattered along what were once the banks of ephemeral rivers. Many of these bones bear unmistakable signs of feeding. Grooves, punctures, and parallel gouges line the ribs and limb bones marks that match the spacing and curvature of Majungasaurus teeth exactly. What draws the eye of the paleontologist is not only the pattern of these marks, but their placement. The bite traces concentrate where muscle once clung thickly, along the thighs, the chest, and the tail base. They follow the same pattern seen in carcass feeding by large carnivores across history, from wolves to crocodiles. Under magnification, the edges of the gouges show that they were made on fresh bone before weathering or decay could dull the surface. Some cuts are deep, carved by the full bite of the jaws, while others are faint, a light scraping to remove the last strips of flesh. Together, they tell of feeding behavior, not random injury. The shape of the teeth and the spacing of the arcs match no other known predator from the formation. In all likelihood, these marks were made by Majungasaurus upon the remains of its own kind. The question that follows is not whether it happened, but why. The island of Madagascar in the late Cretaceous was a world of isolation. Oceans hemmed it in on all sides, separating it from Africa and India, trapping its species in ecological cycles that offered abundance and scarcity in turn. Seasonal floods could transform plains into wetlands, brimming with life, but when the rain ceased, rivers shrank into muddy threads and carcasses baked under the sun. For predators that could not migrate, starvation must have been common. In such moments, the distinction between kin and prey dissolved. A fallen Majungasaurus was still meat, and the living, driven by instinct, consumed what the land could no longer provide. Even so, scientists tread carefully. Each mark must be examined in its geological context. Was the bone found isolated or among a mix of species? Was it transported by water or buried where the animal died? Many feeding marks once thought to prove cannibalism have turned out to belong to other species entirely, or to scavengers feeding on carcasses long after death. Yet, in the case of Majungasaurus, the evidence repeats across dozens of specimens in patterns too consistent to dismiss. Whether it killed or merely scavenged its own kind, the result was the same. The hunter had turned upon itself, and the fossil record remembered it. Far earlier in prehistory, another predator left behind hints of a similar act. In the late Triassic floodplains of what is now New Mexico, the light, agile dinosaur Colophysis borii hunted among cycads and conifers near shallow rivers. When a flash flood buried a whole group of these animals together, paleontologists discovered something curious inside several of the larger skeletons. Within the rib cages of adults lay smaller bones, curled as if once enclosed by flesh. Early researchers believed these were the remains of juveniles, swallowed whole by their parents. The interpretation electrified the scientific world. It suggested one of the earliest known examples of dinosaur cannibalism. But years later, new analysis challenged the claim. The bones inside the adults were not necessarily young Colophysis, but the remains of other small reptiles that shared the same floodplain. Even so, bite marks on other Coelophysis bones still show possible intraspecific feeding, evidence that in times of hunger or drought, the species may indeed have consumed its own dead. The proof is ambiguous but evocative, a shadow of behavior glimpsed through time's distortion. Such behavior was not confined to small or isolated dinosaurs. In the fossil fields of western North America, certain bone beds of Tyrannosaurus rex contain remains bearing large puncture marks that match the tyrant's own teeth. Some of these gouges occur on the skulls and lower jaws, places not typically targeted when feeding on other species. The pattern is rare but repeating, hinting that tyrannosaurs, like many large carnivores today, may have scavenged their own dead or turned aggressive toward rivals fallen in battle. The distinction between killing and feeding is blurred in deep time. To the ecosystem, both acts returned energy to the soil. Cannibalism, in this ancient sense, was not cruelty, it was the arithmetic of survival. In ecosystems bounded by sea or drought, where life pressed against its limits, the carcass of one predator could sustain the next. The same teeth that had evolved to shear muscle and crush bone did not recognize kinship. They only recognized opportunity. And yet, within this harshness lies a kind of order. The bones marked by these bites show no chaos, no frenzy, only the calm efficiency of creatures shaped by scarcity. Among the sediments of Madagascar, the record of this efficiency remains. In some Majungasaurus skulls, bite traces even score the snout and the crest, where little meat existed. Such marks appear when the land offers nothing else, when every scrap of tissue is taken. The repetition across multiple individuals reveals that this was not an isolated event, but a recurring reality of their ecology. They lived and died in a world that allowed no waste. Today, those same bones rest beneath museum lights, their scars traced by gentle hands and microscopes. What once was hunger is now history, preserved in the geometry of teeth and the silence of stone. Within those marks lies an ancient equation that every living thing has faced at some point in its lineage. When the world offers nothing more, life must feed upon itself to endure. And even in that brutal simplicity, the record of survival remains clear, unflinching, and unforgotten. Long before the sky belonged to wings, it was an untouched ocean of air, wide and unbroken above the forests of the Cretaceous. Winds moved freely through the branches, stirring the leaves but carrying no shadow of pursuit. Yet somewhere in those canopies, feathers began to catch the light. They shimmered in shades of bronze and blue, whispering of motion more deliberate than mere gliding. The earth, once ruled by hunters bound to its surface, was beginning to yield its dominance to creatures that learned to strike from above. Among the first of these aerial predators was Microraptor gui, a small dromaeosaur no longer than a human arm, yet perfectly engineered for three-dimensional attack. Dromaeosaurs were non-avian dinosaurs. Modern birds are their descendants distinct, but part of the same branch. In Microraptor, that connection is written clearly in bone and feather. Its limbs bore long, asymmetric feathers, not just on its arms, but also along its legs, forming a four-winged shape when extended. When it leapt from a branch, the arrangement of its feathers created lift across both sets of limbs, a living cruciform glider steering through air with delicate precision. Its tail, long and stiffer than any bird's, ended in a broad fan that functioned like a rudder, correcting pitch and balance as wind pressed against it. To study its fossils is to read the first pages of Aerial Predation. Inside its rib cage, paleontologists have found the remains of small fish, lizards, and even early birds. It was not a creature that merely fled through the air, but one that used it as an arena. When Microraptor dropped from a branch, its descent was controlled rather than chaotic. The feathers along its hind limbs increased drag just enough to steer without losing speed. Near the ground, it would pull its rear wings inward, angle its body forward, and strike, talons first. The motion was silent and geometric, shaped by instinct and by the invisible physics of lift and gravity. Its claws were the tools of this precision. Each was long, sharply curved, and anchored by dense bone ridges where tendons once attached. The grasping power allowed Microraptor to seize both prey and perch, its claws serving equally well for climbing as for killing. The furcula, or wishbone, worked like a flexible spring, absorbing the shock of takeoff and impact. Even the smallest bones of its wrist were semi-rotatable, letting it adjust the wing's angle mid-flight. Every detail of its anatomy hinted at a creature that no longer depended on ground or speed alone. It had begun to master space itself. Further back in time, the first experiments in powered flight appeared. Archaeopteryx lithographica, found in the fine limestone of southern Germany, bridged the world of grounded dinosaurs and true birds. Its wings bore asymmetrical feathers narrow along the leading edge, wider behind a hallmark of flight capable of generating lift on the downstroke. When its wings beat the air, the flow curved downward and the body lifted upward, the same principle that governs every bird alive today. Its claws, still curved for grasping, show that it hunted from perches rather than constant flight, waiting in the branches until the right movement below invited descent. Predation in air required senses as sharp as the bones that carried them. The forward-facing eyes of these feathered hunters created a wide binocular field, allowing them to judge distance with near-perfect accuracy. The orbital sockets were reinforced for rapid focus, and the semicircular canals of the inner ear, responsible for balance, expanded to accommodate the rapid tilting and rolling of aerial pursuit. These physical traces, preserved in fossil skulls, show how sight, motion, and precision intertwined long before the first eagle ever stooped toward its prey. Each descent from the sky demanded timing finer than instinct. To hunt in air was to calculate constantly, not through thought, but through the perfect marriage of form and reaction. When the predator folded its wings into its body, drag fell away and gravity became its ally. The dive, or stoop, was controlled by minute shifts of feathers that altered pressure and flow. As the ground rushed upward, the wings flared again, breaking the fall with a burst of lift. The strike followed, talons closing before the sound of wind had even faded. The lineage that began with Microraptor and Archaeopteryx would later branch toward true birds, whose bodies carried the same architecture refined to endurance. Their sternums grew broad and keeled, providing anchor points for muscles capable of immense force. The furcula remained spring-like, storing and releasing energy with every wing beat. The bones of the forearm twisted slightly, giving a built-in flexibility to control the angle of attack across each feathered surface. The air itself became an extension of the body, each motion tuned to its resistance and flow. In the rock record, the delicacy of this system is still visible. Fossil feathers appear not only as outlines, but with their barbs and veins preserved in volcanic ash, the angles frozen as if caught mid-gust. Hollow bones reveal the struts and air sacs that once lightened their load, a design that allowed continuous breathing even during exertion. These internal structures, so thin and fragile, tell how much of the animal was devoted to air lungs that flowed in one direction, bones that doubled as part of the respiratory system, and a frame strong enough to beat against wind, yet light enough to rise above it. In those ancient skies, every movement was a negotiation with the air. Wings with broad, rounded edges favored dense forest hunts, where sharp turns and short bursts of lift could mean the difference between capture and collision. Narrow, tapered wings suited the open plains, where a predator could glide for long moments before folding into a dive. Even then, evolution was already balancing the equations of lift, drag, and energy. By the late Cretaceous, the sky was no longer a refuge from danger. It had become an extension of it. Shadows passed swiftly between clouds, their edges blurred by speed. their silence broken only by the brief rustle of air. Small reptiles, mammals, and early birds lived beneath a constant awareness that death could fall from above. Predators had learned to see in 3 dimensions, to anticipate motion before it happened, and to vanish again into the canopy before their strike had finished echoing. The rise of aerial predation was not just a change of weapon, but of world. What had begun as short leaps between branches evolved into complete dominion over air. Dromaeosaurs and their avian descendants shared more than anatomy. They shared a mastery of the invisible element that connects all motion. The Cretaceous forests became places where gravity itself could be ambushed, where every shift in wind carried the possibility of intent. In those layered skies, the hunters of air perfected a kind of grace that would never leave the planet again. Their legacy remains written in the feathers of modern falcons, in the stooping dives of hawks, in the spread of wings that still turn air into power. The dinosaurs had once ruled the land, but through their descendants, the same ancient branch learned something even greater: how to turn the sky into a weapon, and how to make the wind itself an accomplice to the hunt. Beneath the waves of the ancient seas, where sunlight dissolved into green shadow and pressure built with every fathom, life followed rules written in silence. The land above belonged to the dinosaurs, but the oceans held a different order. The creatures that ruled here were not dinosaurs, though they shared their power, their grace, and their unrelenting drive to survive. These were marine reptiles, a separate lineage entirely, shaped by the same arms race that governed the land. Including them here shows how nature's contest for supremacy repeats itself across every branch of life. The first of these marine hunters were pliosaurs, whose reign began long before mosasaurs appeared. They emerged during the Jurassic, when the continents still drifted close and the seas between them teemed with ammonites, ichthyosaurs, and early fish. A plesiosaur's body was compact and muscular, with 4 wide flippers that cut through water like oars in perfect rhythm. Its skull alone could stretch longer than a grown human, its jaws lined with conical teeth that interlocked with machine-like precision. Each bite was a trap that left no escape. Fossils of sea turtles, ichthyosaurs, and even other plesiosaurs bear the marks of those jaws: crescent punctures through bone, edges fractured where teeth met resistance and did not yield. One fossil unearthed in England captures this predation with eerie intimacy. A plesiosaur's stomach cavity still holds the remains of another marine reptile nearly half its size. The ribs of the victim show deep parallel gouges, each one perfectly matching the predator's own dental pattern. That preserved moment, sealed in limestone for over 150 million years, captures not just an act of feeding, but a glimpse of the ancient ocean's hierarchy: swift, direct, and absolute. The plesiosaurs were descendants of the plesiosaurs, though they could not have looked more different. While their long-necked relatives specialized in pursuit and precision, the pliosaurs embodied brute force, wrapped in hydrodynamic grace. Their short, powerful necks allowed rapid snapping motions, striking with the momentum of their entire body. Their 4 flippers, driven by immense shoulder and hip muscles, gave them the ability to accelerate like torpedoes, twist sharply, then resume stillness within heartbeats. They were predators that relied on ambush rather than endurance, emerging from below to seize whatever silhouette crossed their field of vision. By the time the Cretaceous seas rose to cover much of the continents, a new lineage of marine reptile had evolved to fill the void left by the plesiosaur's decline. These were the mosasaurs, and in them, evolution reimagined the lizard for the deep. Distant relatives of monitor lizards, their ancestors once crawled along tropical coasts, hunting fish in the shallows. Over millions of years, their limbs flattened into flippers, their bodies elongated, and their tails evolved into broad, crescent shaped propellers. Unlike their ancestors, they no longer relied on the sun warmed air of the shoreline. They had become the sea's undisputed hunters, moving with a silence that belied their size. Some species reached lengths of over 15 meters, their skulls nearly as long as a car, their jaws packed with recurved, dagger like teeth. Their tails did not undulate lazily, but powered them forward in smooth, sweeping arcs, each motion a perfect blend of strength and economy. CT scans of their fossils revealed dense muscle attachments along the spine and ribs, suggesting an animal built for sustained pursuit, not just ambush. In life, their coloration may have been countershaded dark on top, pale beneath a camouflage seen today in sharks and dolphins, blending with both surface light and abyssal dark. Evidence of their feeding behavior lies preserved in bone. In the chalk deposits of Kansas and Morocco, mosasaur skeletons have been found with the remains of fish, ammonites, seabirds, and smaller mosasaurs inside their rib cages. The bones of their prey often bear the distinctive half-moon punctures of conical teeth. In one specimen, tooth marks along the skull and jaw perfectly match another mosasaur's bite. The wound had begun to heal before death, proving that these oceanic reptiles not only hunted others, but sometimes turned on their own kind. Paleontologists interpret this as competition, perhaps a territorial clash, or a fight over a carcass. In the open sea, dominance was rarely shared. To understand how they hunted, one must imagine the conditions of the late Cretaceous ocean. Visibility dropped quickly with depth. Prey flickered in and out of light, shimmering silver in the green murk. The mosasaur's large eyes, set forward on its skull, gave it a wide field of binocular vision. Its nostrils, pushed high on its snout, let it breathe with barely a ripple at the surface. Inside its jaws, a secondary row of teeth lined the roof of the mouth pterygoid teeth, which helped pull prey backward as the jaws worked in alternating rhythm. The result was a feeding mechanism both powerful and inescapable, evolved to function in the dim stillness where water carried every vibration. Sound travels faster and farther through water than air, and these predators use that property to their advantage. The inner ear bones of mosasaurs suggest they could detect low-frequency vibrations, the kind made by a struggling animal. A single flick of their tail could close the distance before their target even sensed motion. They did not chase in long pursuits like terrestrial hunters. Instead, they struck with explosive precision. In the fossil record, even the victims tell their side of the story. Ammonite shells bear jagged break patterns where a mosasaur's teeth once pierced through spirals of calcium. Giant fish vertebrae carry deep, conical punctures that fit the curvature of their jaws. Some prey skeletons show half-healed scars, evidence that not every attack ended in death. The ocean was not an endless slaughter, but a landscape of tension, where life moved within narrow margins of chance. The silence of that world still lingers in the fossils. There was no sound of chase or roar, only the low pulse of currents and the muted crush of jaws meeting flesh. Every strike happened within seconds, vanishing into calm again as the water folded over. These marine reptiles were sculpted not for spectacle, but for efficiency, perfect expressions of motion adapted to the weight and density of water. Though millions of years separate them from the dinosaurs that ruled the continents, their evolution tells the same story. The competition that shaped tyrannosaurs and raptors above the surface found its mirror below in mosasaurs and pliosaurs, each refining speed, power, and perception to their own medium. Different lineage, same arms race. Today, Their bones sleep within limestone cliffs and riverbeds, far from the vanished oceans they once patrolled. Pressed into rock are the traces of ancient collisions, tooth scores on ribs, gouges in skulls, shattered shells caught between jaws that closed for the last time. They are the echoes of a world where survival played out in silence, where the rulers of the sea hunted not with noise, but with precision. Beneath the calm surface of those lost waters, life once perfected the art of the unseen kill. In a quiet laboratory, a single skull sits beneath the light, its surfaces gray and unassuming. The cavities inside are filled with stone, but within that stone rests the faint imprint of something that once was alive with electricity and thought. No neurons remain, no tissue or blood, only space, hardened by time, marking where awareness once took shape. That emptiness is not meaningless. Its shape, its depth, the way it folds and swells within the bone, all hold the outline of how life once noticed, decided, and survived. For centuries, dinosaurs were imagined as creatures of instinct alone, their minds dismissed as little more than reflex and hunger. Their bulk seemed to leave no room for subtlety, but modern study has replaced imagination with evidence. By scanning the hollow interiors of fossil skulls, scientists create endocasts, digital molds of the brain cavity that reveal its size, structure, and proportion. These endocasts indicate shape and volume, not thoughts. Inferences about behavior must be comparative, not speculative. Yet within those contours, patterns emerge that hint at complexity, coordination, and even moments of quiet social order. The small, agile predators show the clearest record of neural refinement. In genera like Troodon and Deinonychus, the brain cavity is surprisingly large for their body size. The forebrain swells forward, smooth and rounded, where sensory inputs once converged into action. Behind it, the cerebellum arches like a knot of coordination, guiding balance and precision through motion. A body that could run, leap, and strike without losing control required constant calculation, and the space for those calculations was built directly into the skull. Within that fossilized geometry lies the silent machinery of grace, not awareness as we define it, but a kind of physical intelligence shaped entirely by need. The measure of relative brain size, known as the encephalization quotient, or EQ, offers some sense of scale. Many small theropods, particularly Troodon, had EQ values approaching those of modern birds, far exceeding most reptiles. Yet EQ is not a measure of thought. It does not quantify curiosity or emotion. It is a ratio, a reflection of how much neural tissue an animal carried for its mass, and how efficiently it processed the world around it. To interpret it as consciousness is to step beyond evidence. Still, the numbers suggest that some dinosaurs lived closer to the quick awareness of modern crows than to the slow, dim reflexes of ancient stereotypes. Other skulls tell stories not of solitary hunters, but of coordinated lives. In the domed heads of pachycephalosaurs, vascular networks thread through thick bone like hidden roots. Their placement suggests blood flow sufficient to nourish living tissue, not an inert shield. This implies that the dome was sensitive, capable of perceiving impact, perhaps used not only for combat, but as a signaling device, a way to measure strength, to challenge, or to communicate through controlled blows. Beneath their armor, their anatomy reveals a surprising precision, collisions guided not by frenzy, but by practiced restraint. In the herbivores that travel together, different kinds of intelligence appear. Hadrosaurs, with their elongated skulls and elaborate crests, possessed midbrain regions proportionally larger than those of most predators. These areas, responsible for integrating sound and motion, hint at animals that lived by attention to others. Their fossil trackways support this. Lines of footprints, parallel and evenly spaced, move in tight coordination across ancient floodplains. To maintain such order, individuals must have matched pace and direction in real time, reacting to each other's cues without delay. That synchronization, instinctive, shared, and constant, reflects a collective form of awareness. It was not individuality that preserved them, but the ability to respond as one. Evidence for vocal or visual signaling emerges in subtler ways. The elaborate cranial crests of some hadrosaurs, like Parasaurolophus, contained hollow chambers that looped through the skull. These acted as resonating tubes, shaping low, far-carrying sounds. The enlarged portions of the brain tied to hearing suggest they could detect those frequencies easily, perhaps using calls to gather herds, warn of predators, or maintain cohesion across distances. Such communication, though mechanical in nature, required learned association, a connection between signal and meaning. The pattern hints at societies that operated on recognition and response, the foundations of what might be called social intelligence. Among the giants, cognition took on different forms. In the great sauropods, the brain was modest in size compared to the enormity of the body, but their anatomy compensated with efficiency rather than raw processing power. Neural canals along the spine expanded into large bundles near the hips and tail, once described as second brains, though they were not. These structures likely helped manage reflexes across immense distances of nerve, allowing tails to swing and legs to move in coordinated waves without delay. Their intelligence was distributed, a collaboration between head and body, where motion itself was part of awareness. Predators like Tyrannosaurus rex reveal still another kind of mental architecture. The shape of its endocast shows an enlarged region associated with motor control and sensory integration, suggesting a hunter capable of timing, patience, and spatial memory. It could follow trails, anticipate direction, and adjust pursuit strategy as conditions changed. Whether stalking wounded prey or navigating complex terrain, such control required a mind that could hold information briefly and act upon it. Coordination, not curiosity, defined its cognition. Hints of social behavior appear even among the carnivores. Trackways from medium-sized theropods show multiple individuals moving in alignment, their footprints overlapping in tempo and stride. The pattern suggests coordinated travel rather than coincidence. It is not proof of cooperation, but it whispers of awareness of predators attuned to the rhythm of one another's movement. Perhaps they hunted together or simply traveled in the same direction through instinctive following. Either way, these tracks preserve the possibility of community among creatures long thought solitary. Parental care adds another thread to this quiet tapestry. Fossil nests of Maiasaura, carefully constructed and lined with vegetation, hold eggs arranged in deliberate rings. Around them lie the bones of hatchlings still within the nest, some with limb growth showing they remained there for days or weeks after hatching. This pattern implies attention, perhaps protection or feeding. The name Maiasaura, good mother lizard, was chosen for a reason. Its fossils capture a moment in which instinct extended beyond self, where life continued through nurturing as much as through survival. What these clues reveal is not thought in the human sense, but structure the scaffolding of awareness built into anatomy. Every ridge and hollow in the fossilized skull records how neurons once mapped to behavior, how coordination, memory, and perception aligned with the world outside. Endocasts cannot tell us what a dinosaur dreamed, feared, or remembered, only how its body supported the possibility of such experiences. In the stone lies a record of attention, the curve of a forebrain that processed movement, the echoing chamber that amplified a call, the pattern of footprints that moved in unison across a vanished shore. Each speaks of a mind suited to its world, tuned to the pulse of danger and the rhythm of life. The brains that once filled these spaces are gone, but their geometry remains, a fossilized architecture of awareness. Through that stillness, the quiet intelligence of the ancient world endures not in words or reason, but in the enduring shape of how life once thought without thinking. Across the ancient earth, there are places where time seems to have paused. Beneath quiet ridges and open desert, layers of stone hold scenes of sudden endings, where life was halted not one creature at a time, but in whole communities. These are the fossil graveyards, landscapes where death arrived not as an event, but as a pattern, a pause in the rhythm of an age that left its echoes pressed into the ground. Each graveyard has its own signature, shaped by the forces that created it. Some were born of water, others of wind, still others of fire. There are flood beds, where ancient torrents tore across plains and buried herds beneath waves of mud. There are drought basins, where creatures gathered at the last puddles of a shrinking season until exhaustion overtook them. There are traps hidden in plain sight, soft ground that clutched the weight of the living and held it fast. And there are volcanic plains, where ash fell so quickly that breath itself became stone. Each type speaks in its own dialect of stillness, its layers arranged by chance and circumstance. In the desert of Utah lies one of the most studied of these resting grounds, the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry. Beneath bands of red sandstone, more than 70 skeletons lie intertwined, preserved in a single bed of ancient mud. The bones are not scattered, but concentrated, a confusion of vertebrae and claws pressed into the same narrow horizon of clay. Nearly all belong to one predator, Allosaurus. The imbalance is striking. In nature, hunters are always few, prey many. Yet here, the earth holds mostly carnivores, their bodies twisted together as if caught in an invisible snare. The arrangement of bones tells its own quiet logic. They are layered without direction, overlapping in ways that suggest repeated entrapment, not a single event. Some individuals were young, others grown. The sediment between them is fine-grained, laid down by still water that once pooled and evaporated again and again. From this, paleontologists built their first theory, that the quarry was once a drying waterhole, a place where drought forced animals to gather and mud claimed them one by one. As the trapped fell and decayed, the scent of carrion drew scavengers, and those scavengers, too, became part of the cycle. The earth repeated its work across seasons until the place filled with bones. But another possibility lies written in the same clay. Among the skeletons, teeth of Allosaurus are found scattered like pebbles. Their serrations match the bite marks carved into other bones from the same layer. Some of those wounds appear on Allosaurus itself, evidence of struggle among the hunters. In this light, the quarry becomes not a waterhole, but a predator trap, a site where carcasses lured more death. The mud held each visitor until instinct turned against itself. The pattern of repetition suggests not catastrophe, but habit, as if hunger had carved its own circle into the landscape. Every mark within the stone contributes to the story. Tiny punctures on ribs fit the curve of teeth that once tore at still warm flesh. The angle of fractures in limb bones shows how bodies settled as the ground gave way beneath them. Around the skeletons, thin seams of darker sediment betray where decay changed the chemistry of the soil, staining it with iron and phosphorus. Even the ripples in the clay preserve the last movement of shallow water flowing over the remains before the surface dried and hardened. Nothing within these layers is random, each is a record of motion turned still. The Cleveland Lloyd site is not alone in this language of endings. Across continents, other graveyards whisper their own variations of loss. In Mongolia's Jadokta Formation, two creatures, a velociraptor and a protoceratops, were found locked together in their final instant. The predator's claw is embedded in its prey's throat, the herbivore's beak still gripping the attacker's arm. Around them, the sand bears no signs of movement, only fine grains packed tight, as though a sudden collapse buried them mid-struggle. The dunes, once fluid, became a tomb of precision, freezing motion so completely that even intent seems preserved. In Argentina, wide floodplain deposits speak of a slower kind of death. Layers of silt reveal the story of a seasonal river that swelled beyond its banks, sweeping entire herds of small herbivores into its current. The bones are aligned, their orientations matching the direction of the flow. Each layer marks a separate surge, showing that this was not one disaster but a pattern repeated over years. Floods that came with the rains, claimed what they could, and buried the rest beneath quiet sediment. In Canada's Badlands, another silence lies in the ash. There, entire nesting colonies were found sealed beneath volcanic deposits. The ash settled fine as snow, filling every hollow, coating eggs and feathers before life had time to flee. Within those layers, even the outlines of nests remain intact, circles of earth still raised where parents once tended their young. The eruption's heat hardened the surface into glass-like stone, trapping the final moment of care in a cradle of cooling earth. Not all fossil graveyards tell of catastrophe. Some preserve repetition, the slow rhythm of life itself. In parts of Montana and Wyoming, the ground is patterned with trackways, long parallel trails pressed into the mud of ancient riverbanks. These footprints, preserved in sequence, reveal the movements of entire herds, migrating together, step beside step. Over time, floods filled these tracks with fine sediment, turning pathways into impressions of unity. Elsewhere, nests cluster close together in the same strata, suggesting that families returned year after year to the same grounds, a memory written not in thought but in instinct. Even in death, those patterns endured. For paleontologists, reading such places is a discipline of patience. Each excavation begins not with the bone, but with the ground around it. They read the tilt of layers, the coarseness of sand, the spacing of grains. From these details come reconstructions more vivid than imagination, where the water flowed, how the bodies turned, whether the air carried ash or silence. In the Cleveland Lloyd site, the repetition of predators may no longer seem an enigma, but a cycle, the same story retold by environment and instinct until both were buried together. All over the world, these resting grounds form a kind of atlas, not of geography, but of time. Each one holds a moment that once moved, now suspended in the pressure of stone. The bones, packed close by weight and years, record not extinction alone, but process. They show how disaster folded into memory, how motion settled into pattern, how the living world left its imprint for the patient to uncover. To stand in such a place is to sense the stillness left by motion. The ground beneath carries not tragedy, but transformation. The bones have become part of the rock, and the rock, part of history's quiet. The stories they tell are not endings, but intervals, pauses where life stopped long enough to leave its mark, and the earth remembered. In a laboratory, where light falls pale and steady across tables of stone, the air hums softly with machines. There is no roar of excavation, no dust of the field, only precision. Fossils, some shattered, some whole, rest beneath scanners that move in slow, deliberate arcs. With each pass, beams of light and X rays dissolve the boundary between mineral and memory. Inside the computers that line the walls, these fragments become weightless again. The bones turn into numbers, their dimensions preserved as clouds of data that can be rotated, measured, and tested in a world made entirely of calculation. From scan to model to simulation, the method unfolds with patient familiarity. Each bone is rendered in digital space, then analyzed using finite element analysis, a process that divides it into tens of thousands of minuscule shapes. Every shape becomes a point of stress, a fraction of pressure that can bend, fracture, or hold. Virtual forces are applied, and the bone reacts exactly as the living one once did. Red zones bloom where strain would have peaked, blue where the structure would have flexed in silence. When musculoskeletal simulations are added, the digital attachments of tendons and muscle anchored to the scars, still visible on bone motion, becomes measurable again. Within these color maps and virtual reconstructions, paleontologists find not animation but physics, the language through which death itself can be translated. One such reconstruction began with a rib, thick, splintered, and pitted with deep punctures that aligned perfectly with the serrations of a tyrant's tooth. The specimen belonged to Tyrannosaurus rex. For decades, scientists had debated how it killed, a bone-crushing brute or a slicing scavenger. The answer came through digital testing. When the skull was scanned and modeled, the computer simulation distributed force through every joint and plate of its head. Under the virtual bite, pressure radiated outward in crimson waves, the skull flexing slightly but not breaking. The patterns revealed a system built not for speed, but for endurance, a frame that absorbed impact like reinforced machinery. When these stress maps were compared with real fossils, the results converged perfectly. Crushed ribs and bitten pelvis bones from prey species matched the predicted patterns of fracture. The deep punctures in those fossils, sometimes breaking entirely through the bone, aligned with the pressure points on the simulation. The data showed that Tyrannosaurus did not simply cut into flesh, it broke through it, driving its teeth until they met resistance and continued past it. This was not a precision slicer like Allosaurus. It was a biological press, its bite force measured at over 8,000 pounds per square inch. What this overturned was decades of caution that had framed Tyrannosaurus as a scavenger or opportunist. The numbers revealed otherwise. It was an active predator, perfectly engineered for breaking its prey apart. Another experiment turned to Allosaurus fragilis, the older hunter of the Jurassic plains. Earlier paleontologists had imagined its feeding style as crude and chaotic, a series of random bites tearing at carcasses. But when its skull was digitized, a new rhythm emerged. Finite element analysis showed that its cranial bones were lighter and more flexible than those of Tyrannosaurus, and the stress patterns followed sweeping arcs instead of radiating cracks. When virtual muscles were attached, the head began to move like a pendulum, the neck driving the skull downward and withdrawing in quick succession. To test the idea further, researchers simulated this motion in musculoskeletal models. Each strike generated shallow cuts that matched fossil evidence found on sauropod bones, parallel grooves, no more than a few millimeters deep, arranged in rhythmic spacing along the rib surfaces. These grooves aligned precisely with the oscillation frequency of the simulated hatchet strike. The model's balance point, the way the neck and head moved in concert, proved the motion was efficient, not random. Allosaurus was a precision feeder, using momentum to drive its jaw into prey and withdraw with minimal effort. The finding overturned an older image of clumsy violence and replaced it with one of fluid economy. The predator's weapon was not brute force, but rhythm. The final case was not a land killer at all, but a creature that ruled the rivers. Spinosaurus aegyptiacus, long misunderstood, had once been depicted as an awkward, semi bipedal land hunter. Recent discoveries changed that view. A nearly complete tail, discovered in Morocco, showed broad spines and flexible joints unlike those of any known theropod. To test how it moved, researchers built both digital and physical models of the tail, then placed them in water channels under controlled flow. In computational fluid dynamics, virtual currents swept around the tail's fin-shaped blades. In flume tanks, 3D printed replicas oscillated beneath the surface, each movement filmed at high speed. The results were unmistakable. The wide, flat tail generated thrust 6 times greater than that of typical land-based theropods. Its motion resembled that of modern crocodiles and newts, not land predators. The tail was a propulsive organ, capable of driving the animal forward through shallow water with strong, controlled strokes. It could not pursue prey in open seas like a whale or shark. Its body was too heavy for sustained swimming, but it could lurk in river channels, pushing itself silently through current to ambush fish and smaller reptiles. This evidence overturned the long-held image of Spinosaurus as a lumbering, bipedal hunter of dry ground. Its power belonged to water. The river had been its hunting ground, not its prison. Each of these reconstructions begins with silence and ends in motion. They turn static fossils into experiments, hypotheses into measurable events. The process is patient, exact, and stripped of embellishment. A digital skull does not roar. It flexes, vibrates, absorbs, and fractures under load. A simulated neck does not lunge from imagination, but pivots along the real angles of fossil joints. Even water itself becomes an equation, its turbulence captured in streams of numbers that explain why one tail cut through current more efficiently than another. Through this forensic lens, single moments of death become solvable puzzles. The crushed rib that records a tyrant's bite, the shallow score left by an ancient hatchet strike, the shape of a tail that once churned silt beneath a river's flow. Each fragment belongs to a scene that can be reconstructed in silence and precision. These studies reveal not fantasy, but evidence made visible, showing how lives once ended and how ecosystems reshape themselves in those endings. In the glow of the laboratory, with ancient bones rendered as light and color, the story of death becomes a science of motion. One moment after another, a puzzle solved, until the final won the day when a single instant ended an era. 66 million years ago, the world still breathed with calm rhythm. The continents shimmered with forests, their leaves shifting in warm winds. Rivers laced through plains where herds of horned and crested dinosaurs moved in long procession. Above them, dragonflies hung motionless in the air before darting away like sparks. At the coasts, the shallows rippled with fish and ammonites, their shells glinting through the water. Even the volcanoes along distant horizons seemed half asleep, their smoke rising in thin, lazy spirals. The balance of life, forged through millions of years, appeared steady and familiar. But far beyond the thin blue shell of atmosphere, in the dark between worlds, a fragment of rock was moving. It had drifted for ages, a wanderer left over from the birth of the solar system, circling the sun in silence. Its path was cold and unchanging until, by chance, it crossed the orbit of the Earth. There was no sound, No warning, only mathematics and motion, and a collision course set long before any creature had eyes to see it coming. When the asteroid met the upper atmosphere, it struck air at a velocity faster than any bullet, compressing it into a wall of searing heat. The air itself became solid for an instant, a glowing shield that broke apart into plasma. The front of the rock reached temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun. It tore through clouds in seconds, vaporizing moisture and burning the sky white. For an instant brighter than day, shadows ceased to exist. Then the rock met the sea. The point of impact lay near the edge of a shallow ocean basin, the place that would one day be called the Yucatan Peninsula. The asteroid was roughly 10 kilometers wide, but its speed made size meaningless. It hit with the energy of billions of nuclear explosions, an impact so violent that stone behaved like liquid. The sea vaporized in a single, rising column, and the crust beneath melted instantly. Shockwaves moved outward at supersonic speed, rippling through both rock and water. Within seconds, the ocean lifted into a tower of steam that punched through the stratosphere and beyond. At the center, a crater more than 150 kilometers wide began to form. The crust of the planet rebounded like water struck by a stone, then collapsed again, folding inward in slow motion. Molten rock surged upward and fell back, creating waves of liquid stone that froze in place as they cooled. Around the rim, everything living or rooted was torn apart, then burned, then erased. The force of the impact did not stop at the crater's edge. Mountains hundreds of kilometers away shook as the shock wave raced across continents. A wall of ocean lifted and spread outward, a tsunami so vast that it crossed entire seas. Along coastlines thousands of kilometers away, waves hundreds of meters high swept inland, erasing forests and dragging entire ecosystems back into the water. Coral reefs shattered, shells scattered, and the very composition of the sea changed as vaporized minerals rained back down. Above the impact site, debris and molten rock blasted into space. For a brief moment, the planet was surrounded by a glowing ring of ejecta fragments of Earth itself. As those pieces fell back through the atmosphere, they turned the sky into fire. Each grain of molten glass became a streak of heat, and together they filled the heavens with infrared radiation. The air grew hotter than the hottest desert. Forests thousands of kilometers from the crater ignited without a spark. Trees burst into flame where no lightning had struck. Even the ocean's surface steamed under the invisible glow of re-entry heat. As daylight faded, the fires joined across continents. Flames leapt from forest to plain, from one dying ecosystem to the next, until the planet's surface shimmered beneath a layer of moving fire. The smoke and soot rose higher than the clouds, circling the globe in days. What had begun as heat soon turned to shadow. The asteroid had struck a region rich in limestone and gypsum, and the collision released their trapped gases in vast quantities. Carbon dioxide and sulfur were thrown into the atmosphere, their molecules forming reflective aerosols that caught sunlight and hurled it back into space. What light remained scattered through ash and dust, turning the sky to dim bronze. Acidic rain began to fall, gentle at first, then constant. It hissed against stone and soil, coating the land in thin films of sulfur. The surface cooled rapidly. Where forests had burned, frost now formed on the ash. The same aerosols that had filled the air with fire now smothered sunlight entirely. Temperatures plummeted in weeks. Winds died. Rivers froze at their edges. What had been a blaze became a silence, a planetary dusk that lasted for years. Photosynthesis halted almost immediately. With sunlight gone, the green world beneath could no longer feed itself. Plants withered, Algae vanished from the sea surface, and the food web began to collapse. The small creatures that lived by eating plankton and leaves starved first. Those that fed on them followed. Across the continents, the sounds of life diminished not all at once, but in waves, as if the planet itself were exhaling for the last time. In the oceans, the devastation moved downward. With no sunlight, plankton could not bloom. The clear blue waters turned pale and empty. As marine snow fell layers of dead plankton and ash, it drifted into the abyss, settling on the seafloor in chalky sheets. These layers, compressed by time, would become the boundary scientists now call the KPG layer, the mark of an ending pressed into the skin of the earth. The darkness lingered. Each volcanic vent and forest ember added more smoke to the air. Temperatures swung wildly, freezing nights, brief thaws, then ice again. Rain turned to acid mist that stripped leaves from surviving branches. The wind that once carried pollen and warmth now carried only dust. Somewhere in that long silence, the planet recalibrated itself. But for those first weeks, then months, it was as if day had been stolen from time entirely. The skies were black at noon, the air thick and heavy, the seas sluggish and cold. No sound of insects, no bird song, no movement beyond the creak of cooling forests. At Yucatan, the crater still glowed faintly, its rims scarred with channels of glassy rock. Each night, its edges radiated heat into the haze above, marking the place where the world had been undone. Across the continents, fine dust continued to fall, a gray snow that buried what the fires had spared. When the winds finally quieted, the planet lay wrapped in a stillness it had never known before. The forests were gone, the oceans dim, the sky a dull mirror of ash and vapor. What had lived for millions of years vanished within a geological blink. The air, once alive with flight and sound, hung heavy with the weight of absence. When the fires dimmed and the haze began to thin, the world that emerged was unrecognizable. The sky was a dull gray, its light diffused and weak, as though the sun had forgotten how to rise. The forests were gone, reduced to blackened stumps embedded in sheets of ash. Rivers flowed thick and colorless, their banks layered with silt and soot that drifted like snow. Across the plains, the skeletons of the great beasts lay where they had fallen, their outlines pressed into the soft ground and sealed beneath new layers of mud. For the first time in nearly 200 million years, the footsteps of giant reptiles no longer echoed across the continents. The earth had fallen into quiet, but the quiet was not empty. Beneath that silence, something small endured. In the darkness under the soil, life had hidden itself. Tiny mammals, no larger than a mouse, stirred in their burrows. They had waited there for weeks, perhaps months, shielded from the choking air and freezing winds above. Their bodies were compact, their hearts quick, their blood warm and self-regulating. In those cramped tunnels, temperature and air remained stable when the surface world froze. Fossil burrows preserved in early Paleogene clays show the impressions of their claws and the soft curve of their walls, perfect molds of refuge. They had survived not by strength or cunning, but by the simple habit of seeking shelter underground. The warmth they carried within them, the quiet burn of endothermy, kept them alive while the world above turned to stone. Elsewhere, amphibians slept in mud that never fully froze. Their bodies slowed almost to stillness. Reptiles no longer larger than a forearm crept beneath fallen logs, their blood cooled but not yet frozen. In the depths of rivers, fish clustered in still water beneath the ice, where temperature changed only by degrees. The world's great food chains had shattered, yet its smallest links remained intact. The rhythm of life had not stopped. It had only retreated inward, waiting for the sky to clear. In the soil beneath the ash, seeds were waiting too. Many had been buried by accident, some carried underground by rodents or lodged in floodplains where fire could not reach. Their shells were thick, designed by evolution to resist heat, drought, and hunger. For months they lay dormant in the dark, holding the blueprint of forests that no longer existed. When pale sunlight finally began to filter through the soot, they germinated in silence, feeding on the mineral-rich dust left behind by the fires. Their roots pressed into the carbonized ground, drawing from what death had left behind. The first greenery to reappear did not come from trees or flowering plants, but from older, humbler forms. Ferns and mosses spread quickly across the ash fields, their spores carried by the wind into every patch of moisture. They needed no soil, only water and faint light. Within a few short years, their soft green carpets had spread over continents. In the geological record, this global resurgence appears as a fern spike, a narrow band of spores, marking the moment Earth began to breathe again. These simple plants stabilized the ground, cooled the burned surface, and created the first new ecosystems of the Paleogene world. Among the ferns, insects began to stir, beetles, flies, and wasps whose eggs had survived the cold rose from the debris to feed on the dead. Their return brought motion back to the stillness. They crawled across the ash, burrowed into barkless wood, and pollinated the first returning plants. In their wake came the mammals that had survived below. They emerged thin and wary, searching through the soot for what could be eaten: seeds, roots, carrion, even the remains of insects trapped by cooling sap. Their teeth and stomachs were not built for specialization, but for endurance. Fossil evidence shows that these early survivors were generalists, feeding on anything they could find. Flexibility, not ferocity, became the key to persistence. Birds too had endured, though not the grand flyers of the Cretaceous skies. The survivors were small and unadorned, more like sparrows than eagles. Many had beaks suited to grinding seeds, an advantage in a world without fruit or fresh leaves. Fossils found in early Paleogene rock layers across North America and Europe preserve their compact skeletons among the layers of ash and fern spores. Some species, like Vegavis, had bodies streamlined for flight and the metabolism to sustain it through cold and scarcity. The warmth generated within their bodies, another form of endothermy, kept them active when cold-blooded creatures fell still. They foraged from one patch of green to the next, feeding on hardy seeds and insects that had returned to the open ground. Through them, the air found motion again. The oceans, blanketed in acid and ash, recovered more slowly. For a time, the upper waters were lifeless, stripped of the plankton that had once sustained entire food webs. But deep below the surface, where sunlight never reached, bacteria continued their chemistry near hydrothermal vents, feeding on minerals rising from the crust. In these depths, life ignored the cold above. When light finally began to return, the plankton that had drifted dormant in the dark multiplied again, turning gray seas faintly green. From these smallest organisms, the great marine chains of life began to rebuild, one cell at a time. On land, recovery was uneven but unstoppable. The air remained cool for decades, the winters long and severe, yet the mammals adapted. With the giant predators gone, their small populations spread outward, exploring the ruins of the old world. Fossil footprints from the early Paleogene trace their cautious migrations, lines of small tracks pressed into soft, newly formed soils. Each print marks motion, returning to a planet that had nearly fallen still. Plant diversity grew in layers. First came shrubs, then small trees, their roots weaving through the brittle carbon crust. Within a few tens of thousands of years, patches of forest began to form again. Pollen grains trapped in lake beds from this time show a slow but steady return of diversity, a reshaping of ecosystems from the ground up. The soil, once coated in soot, turned fertile as ferns decayed. Rain returned its minerals to the earth, and the wind that had carried ash now carried seeds. Insects swarmed among the new leaves, feeding, mating, and pollinating. Birds followed them, filling the air with quiet motion. Mammals scurried through the brush, foraging under ferns that stretched knee-high where jungles had once towered. It was a small world now, built of smaller things, but it was alive. The survivors of that age shared one truth: endurance favored the adaptable. Warmth carried in blood, shelter in the earth, the ability to eat anything or to wait through the dark. These were the traits that bridged extinction. The giants had burned away, leaving space for those that could bend without breaking. In the calm that followed, the land began to soften again. Shoots of green broke through gray ash, insects hummed at the edges of water, and in the soil, new burrows formed where warmth lingered. From these fragile beginnings, the world slowly reclaimed its color. Life had survived not through dominance, but through patience, the quiet persistence of the small, the buried, and the warm. It was from them that the next age would grow, one heartbeat at a time, rising out of the embers of all that had fallen silent. When the age of giants drew to its close, and the silence of recovery gave way to wind through leaves again, the air began to change. The forests that rose from ash trembled not with the steps of heavy creatures, but with the hush of movement above. The descendants of the raptors had taken to the air, reshaping the world their ancestors once ruled on foot. The same instincts that once guided a chase across the ferns now found expression in 3 dimensions. The Earth's new predators hunted not with speed through undergrowth, but with precision in the sky. Every bird alive today carries the structure of that past written quietly into its bones. The same hinge of the wrist that once flexed a theropod's claw now folds a wing in flight. The same tendon system that once closed a hand around struggling prey still governs how a falcon's foot locks when it strikes. Even the rhythm of a heartbeat during a dive carries echoes of ancient pursuit, a pulse tuned to the moment before impact. The story of the raptors did not vanish with extinction. It continued in silence, translated into motion that leaves no tracks. In the fossil record, these transitions are preserved like the stages of a single gesture slowed through time. In the limestone quarries of Bavaria, the imprint of Archaeopteryx remains suspended between eras. Its feathers spread in a halo of stone, yet its jaws still hold teeth. It balanced between past and possibility, already capable of gliding, already learning the language of air. In northeastern China, younger layers record further refinements. Microraptor, feathered even along its legs, used its body like a four-winged cross. Its strikes were planned from above, not from pursuit, guided by depth perception already sharpening toward binocular precision. That ability to judge distance, to time a fall, became the foundation of aerial predation. In Troodon and its close relatives, the forward-facing eyes allowed overlapping fields of view, a trait that carried through to modern birds of prey. Depth was no longer estimated through motion but seen directly, measured as geometry. Millions of years later, an eagle diving from 1,000 meters relies on that same mechanism. Both eyes lock on a moving target, and in a fraction of a second, the brain calculates the angle and speed needed for interception. The timing must be exact. At the moment of impact, the difference between a miss and a kill can be less than the width of a feather. The body follows that same precision. In modern raptors, tendons run through the lower leg and wrap around joints in loops that tighten automatically upon contact. The moment the foot closes, the tendons lock, converting impact into grip without conscious effort. Once closed, the talons cannot release until the muscles above relax. This mechanism, inherited through countless refinements from predatory ancestors, allows hawks and eagles to strike at full speed without losing hold of their prey. The same principle appears in fossilized claws from the Cretaceous, where stress patterns in the bone show reinforcement against torsion, the twisting force of a struggling victim. The strike, once a movement of muscle and intent, had evolved into a perfect machine. The dynamics of flight sharpened that machinery further. When a peregrine falcon enters its stoop, the air itself becomes a weapon. Gravity, wing geometry, and muscle coordination align to drive it faster than any other living animal. Its wings sweep back, reducing drag, its feathers locking along the leading edge to maintain stability. At the final moment, it pulls upward just enough to adjust trajectory, then folds into a shape no wider than its own head. The acceleration reaches speeds that fracture bone upon impact. Fossil reconstructions of early bird relatives suggest that their ancestors, though slower, already experimented with controlled descent. The physics of that fall, first tentative, later lethal, trace back through time to the raptors that leapt rather than flew, striking from cover with the same economy of motion. Even as their bodies adapted to the air, the instincts of the hunt remained grounded in ancient rhythm. Coordination, timing, and stillness before action, these were traits first perfected by theropods that stalked on foot. In the lineage that led to hawks and eagles, the senses reshaped to match the medium. Binocular vision allowed precision, a larger cerebellum fine-tuned balance and control during dives. Nerves in the feathers themselves developed sensitivity to pressure, letting the animal read the flow of air across its body. The world had shifted from soil to sky, but the logic of survival remained the same: to see first, to move with precision, and to end motion with certainty. Modern raptors carry the last echoes of this refinement. When a hawk steadies itself against the wind, micro-adjusting each primary feather to balance lift and drag, it mirrors the small corrections once made by running predators aligning a leap. When an owl tilts its head and fixes both eyes forward, it repeats the posture of its ancestors, aligning for a strike. Even the stoop of an eagle descending from height is a continuation of that long experiment, with gravity begun by creatures like Microraptor, who learned to fall with purpose. In these motions, the physical memory of predation survives. The sky became a continuation of the chase rather than its end. Each flight, each dive, each silent circle above a valley holds the same principle that once ruled the ferns and riverbeds of the Mesozoic. Precision is the difference between hunger and survival. The air today hums with that inheritance. A kestrel hovering over a field, an osprey folding its wings before it meets the water, a falcon dropping toward a blur of movement, each act repeats a lineage of timing older than mountains. The claws that seize, the eyes that calculate, the moment of stillness before the fall, all are echoes of an age when flight was still new, and every motion learned in the sky was first practiced on the ground. The raptors of stone left no song, but their heirs still write their story in movement. The wings of modern eagles and hawks do not remember extinction, only persistence. Each stoop, each silent glide, each perfect strike is the continuation of that ancient choreography, the legacy of hunters who once ruled the earth, now ruling the wind instead. Even now, millions of years after the last of the great reptiles vanished, the story of their world is still changing. Each new fossil, each reanalysis of old bones shifts the lines we thought were fixed. The earth keeps speaking, and science keeps learning to listen with finer instruments, sharper models, and deeper patience. Sometimes, what is uncovered does not just fill a gap, it alters what we thought we already knew. One of the most vivid examples comes from a creature already familiar in these pages, Spinosaurus aegyptiacus. For decades, its body was a puzzle of fragments, the sail-backed silhouette known from the deserts of North Africa. Earlier reconstructions imagined it as a wader, perhaps swimming awkwardly with webbed feet and hunting fish near the surface. But in the past few years, something unexpected emerged from both modeling and experiment. At universities in England and Morocco, researchers rebuilt a scaled replica of the Spinosaurus tail, segment by segment, and set it into a flow tank filled with moving water. Cameras tracked every eddy, every shift of turbulence, as motors flexed the tail back and forth. The results were striking. The deep, paddle-like tail generated far more thrust than previously believed, nearly 8 times the propulsion of a land-dwelling theropod's tail. The long neural spines and expanded vertebral shape created a surface that flexed with each motion, acting not as a rudder, but as an engine. It proved that Spinosaurus was not a clumsy shoreline hunter, but a true swimmer, capable of powering itself through water in pursuit of prey. What once seemed an anatomical curiosity now made sense. The body was designed for a riverine life, an apex predator, as at home in current as others were on land. That finding reshaped an entire view of dinosaur ecology. It added evidence to the idea that, long before whales and crocodiles divided the aquatic world, a dinosaur had already claimed it. For this film's earlier portrayal of Spinosaurus moving through shallow floodplains, it adds motion, a hunter not wading, but gliding, tail slicing through the current like an oar. Other discoveries came not from bones but from the physics of movement itself. For generations, Tyrannosaurus rex had been imagined as a runner, a thunderous sprinter whose strides shook the ground. But recent work using digital musculoskeletal modeling has revised that image. Scientists mapped every muscle attachment on its skeleton, assigning realistic mass and tension, then simulated motion through computer dynamics. When the virtual body ran, the forces acting on its legs revealed something crucial. The tendons and joints could not sustain the impact of high-speed running without risking catastrophic failure. The animal was powerful, but it was built for stability, not sprinting. At top speed, it likely moved at little more than 20 kilometers per hour, its gait a heavy but controlled walk. That number does not diminish its presence, it refines it. The T-Rex, we imagine, no longer chases with reckless speed through open plains. It advances with deliberate steps, each stride fueled by efficiency rather than haste. The energy it saved in motion it could invest in endurance, allowing it to patrol vast territories, following herds and the scent of carrion for days. The story of its mind has evolved too. New endocast datasets, taken from high-resolution CT scans of fossil skulls, have expanded what we know about dinosaur brains. Earlier studies relied on single specimens, their details blurred by mineralization. Now, with dozens of samples scanned and compared, patterns have become visible. In Troodon, Allosaurus, and early birds, the relative size of the forebrain and cerebellum shows a progressive trend toward greater coordination, motor precision, and sensory integration. But the nuance is subtle. Endocasts reveal shape and volume, not thought. They cannot tell us what an animal imagined, only how it processed its world. Still, the evidence hints at a spectrum of intelligence more intricate than once assumed. In Tyrannosaurus, for instance, the inner ear canals show exceptional balance control, and the olfactory bulbs fill a third of the brain cavity, a sensory landscape more complex than mere instinct. What this changes in our earlier understanding of cognition is scale. These creatures were not automatons of hunger. Their awareness was structured, efficient, adapted perfectly to their environments. Perhaps the most delicate revelations come from isotopes, the signatures of ancient chemistry locked within fossil bone. Each isotope ratio, whether of carbon, nitrogen, or oxygen, carries a record of climate, water, and diet. In recent years, isotopic mapping has allowed scientists to distinguish overlapping species that once seemed to share the same ecosystems. In what were once thought to be single predator prey networks, isotope ratios now show fine partitioning. Large carnivores that lived side by side often fed on different prey or hunted at different times of year. One study of late Cretaceous ecosystems in North America revealed that Tyrannosaurus rex and the smaller dromaeosaurs did not compete directly. The isotopic data from their teeth showed that Tyrannosaurus consumed prey that grazed on open floodplains, while Dromaeosaurus targeted animals from forested margins. The two predators divided the land not by boundary, but by behavior. That subtlety reshapes how we read their coexistence. The ancient plains were not chaotic battlefields of rivals. They were layered ecologies, balanced through invisible rules of chemistry. Together, these discoveries have reshaped how each scene of this story lives in imagination. The Spinosaurus now swims instead of stalks. The Tyrannosaurus moves not in chase, but in calculation. The intelligence once assumed simple now appears layered, sensory, and alive. Even the food webs, once drawn as tangled lines of competition, reveal order beneath their surface. Science does not rewrite these worlds for spectacle. It refines them, sharpens the image through each new finding. The past remains the same, only our understanding shifts. Each fossil, each trace, each calculation brings the picture a little closer to how life once truly moved, and somewhere in the ground, another discovery waits, ready to change the story again. Deep within the quiet stone of the earth, there are stories that will never be fully told. The ground beneath our feet holds the memory of creatures that once ruled this planet, but some of their names, their shapes, and their lives have been lost to time. For every towering skeleton that stands in a museum, for every fossil that has given us answers, there are countless others that exist only as fragments, a single tooth, a claw, or the faint imprint of a bone weathered almost to nothing. These are the forgotten killers, the ghosts of evolution, whose existence is certain, but whose identities are shadows. When paleontologists unearth these fragments, it is like finding the torn corner of an ancient painting. The rest is gone, erased by erosion, buried by shifting continents, or devoured by the slow grind of time. Yet even in these slivers, hints remain. A tooth curved, just so might speak of a predator that hunted in ambush. A claw, thick and serrated, might whisper of strength beyond anything known. But without the rest of the skeleton, the face, or the trackways that tell how it moved, the picture remains unfinished. Across the world, such mysteries lie waiting. In the deserts of Argentina, scientists have found bones of enormous carnivores that seem related to Giganotosaurus, yet not quite the same. Their features are distinct, their proportions unfamiliar. The bones are too few to name, and so they remain in silence, labeled only as unnamed theropod. Somewhere in that dry red soil, perhaps the rest of the body sleeps, hidden beneath layers of time. In Africa, too, the sands have given up strange remains, a single jaw fragment with blade-like teeth was found far from any known fossil bed. Its structure suggests a predator as large as a Tyrannosaurus, perhaps larger, but the rest of its form is gone. The bones have not survived the heat, the wind, or the slow pressure of the ages. It is a creature known only by its bite. Even in places once rich with fossils, there are gaps that may never be filled. In Mongolia's ancient dunes, the fossil record is a puzzle of scattered pieces. For every complete raptor or nest that has been uncovered, there are dozens of mysterious bones that do not fit anything known. Some seem to belong to species we have seen before, others hint at entirely new families. But the desert, like time itself, keeps most of its secrets buried. There are also the vanished fossils, those that were found long ago and then lost again. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, many bones were taken from the ground before proper preservation methods existed. Some were broken in transit, others misplaced in forgotten archives or destroyed during wars. Entire species may have been discovered and then lost forever, their names never written down, their evidence gone before they could be studied. Each missing fragment is a story untold, a glimpse of a creature erased twice, once by extinction and again by history. Sometimes, scientists come across marks left not by bone, but by motion. Deep in rock, they find the faint impressions of footprints unlike any seen before. A stride too long, a toe shape too sharp, a track pattern that hints at a hunting behavior unique to a vanished species. These traces are fossils of action, not of anatomy, yet they speak of life just as clearly. They are proof that something once walked there, something with weight and purpose, something now forgotten. It is a strange truth of paleontology that the majority of all the creatures that have ever lived will never be known. The fossil record is a fragile thing. Most life leaves no trace at all, and even among those that do, the Earth's constant shifting buries and destroys more than it preserves. Only a fraction of a fraction survives, and of that, only a few are ever found. The dinosaurs we know, the famous predators and giants that fill books and screens, are only a handful from an ocean of possibilities. Somewhere, there were predators that may have been faster than Velociraptor, larger than Giganotosaurus, or more cunning than any we have yet imagined. But their bones were crushed by rivers, scattered by scavengers, or dissolved by the acid of time. The evidence of their existence has been erased, leaving behind only quiet spaces in the fossil record. To imagine them is to look into the deep shadow of prehistory and sense movement just beyond sight. Even among the fossils we do have, there are mysteries that linger. Some bones seem mismatched, belonging to creatures that defy known categories, teeth too large for the skulls they are found near, limbs that do not match any familiar shape. Perhaps they are mistakes of preservation, or perhaps they hint at species that existed briefly, balancing on the thin edge of survival before vanishing without descendants. Evolution is full of experiments, and not all of them succeed. As science continues to advance, new tools help us glimpse a little more. Scanners reveal hidden structures inside rock. Computer models rebuild skeletons from fragments. Yet even with all our technology, some creatures will never return to light. They remain in silence, unnamed and unimagined, their stories locked within the earth. The forgotten killers are reminders that history is always incomplete. For every discovery that deepens our understanding, there are countless others still waiting or already lost forever. Somewhere, beneath ancient mountains or within the bed of a dried sea, lie the bones of predators whose names we will never speak, whose faces no one will ever see. And though their forms are gone, the trace of their existence lingers in the air, in the rock, in the knowledge that the earth once held far more than we can ever know. The world was full of life and death, of hunters and hunted, and much of it has vanished into quiet obscurity. But sometimes, in the stillness of a fossil field, beneath the weight of stone, it feels as if the ground itself remembers. Life never truly stops experimenting. Across the ages, it has built and broken its creations, one after another, testing the boundaries of what living matter can be. The results of these tests lie scattered through stone skeletons, twisted into spirals, jaws strengthened or lightened, limbs stretched toward water or folded into wings. None of these forms were made with purpose, yet each bears the marks of design, not by intention, but by consequence. Here, design means the outcome of natural selection, not a mind behind it. Evolution sculpts because it must, because the world changes faster than any creature can remain still. The history of life is not a march toward perfection, but a series of trade-offs. Every adaptation is a bargain struck between benefit and cost. The massive teeth of Tyrannosaurus rex could crush through bone with a force greater than any land predator before or since, yet that same specialization limited speed and finesse. Its skull, strengthened for power, reduced the range of vision downward, forcing the animal to rely on neck and body motion to track prey. Across the ocean, carcharodontosaurids solved the same problem in another way. Their teeth were thinner, edged like serrated knives rather than chisels. Where T-Rex crushed, they sliced. One built a weapon of impact, the other of precision. Both succeeded for a time, neither perfectly. In the long equation of survival, there is never one best design, only a temporary answer that fits the world as it is. The same tension appears again and again. Among the smaller hunters, speed became its own solution. The dromaeosaurs, whose descendants would one day take to the air, sacrificed brute strength for balance and agility. Their tails stiffened into counterweights, and their feet evolved a single claw kept sharp and retracted until the final leap. They could not overpower giants, but they could outmaneuver them. Evolution did not crown one strategy as superior. It allowed both to coexist until circumstance shifted the rules. When forests thickened or climates cooled, speed gained the advantage. When open plains returned, mass and endurance reclaimed their throne. Even in water, the same principle unfolded. Spinosaurus, shaped by river currents, traded the stability of land for the propulsion of its tail. Recent hydrodynamic experiments have shown how that fin tail could push water with powerful thrusts, propelling the animal forward like a crocodile or newt. The adaptation came at a cost. On land, its sprawling legs and long body made it ungainly, slower than the predators that had once shared its territory. But within its chosen world of rivers and estuaries, it became unmatched. Evolution never grants all strengths at once. It favors efficiency within limits, balance within necessity. Every creature stands as a record of such compromises. Wings demand lightness, but lightness sacrifices armor. Eyes that see in color require complex nerves, yet those nerves consume more energy than simpler ones. Muscles that strike fast tire quickly, while those that endure lack sudden power. These are not imperfections, but the signatures of constraint. Each species is an equilibrium point in a universe that never stops shifting around it. What we call adaptation is often just the least costly way to continue. Frequency-dependent selection keeps this equilibrium alive. When a single form grows too dominant, its success breeds its own counterforce. Predators that become too efficient drive their prey to scarcity, which in turn starves the predator. Prey that become too fast make slowness an advantage again, favoring ambush over chase. The balance oscillates, never reaching rest, because survival depends on the persistence of difference. There can be no perfect predator, no final strategy that wins forever. Perfection in nature is the beginning of extinction. This balance extends beyond flesh into the structures of life itself. The spiral of a shell, the spread of branches in a tree, even the folds within a lung follow repeating mathematical laws. They arise not from design in the human sense, but from the physics of flow and growth. A leaf vein and a river delta both distribute energy along the same fractal path because nature finds the simplest routes to sustain itself. Evolution builds upon these constraints, revising geometry as if editing an ancient text written in numbers rather than words. Predation, often mistaken for destruction, is another form of refinement. It sharpens reflexes, senses, and awareness on both sides of the exchange. The hunter evolves precision, the hunted evolves perception. Over time, both become masterpieces of adaptation, each the artist of the other's form. In ecosystems, death is not a failure, but the mechanism that maintains structure. When a prey animal falls, nutrients re-enter the soil, feeding the plants that sustain the next generation. The predator's hunger keeps populations balanced, preventing any one species from consuming the world that feeds them all. Death, measured across millions of cycles, is the grammar through which life stays coherent. Even extinction, the broadest form of loss, is part of this pattern. When entire lineages vanish, their disappearance opens space for something new. The decline of the great marine reptiles allowed mammals to claim the seas. The collapse of the dinosaurs gave flight its next chapter through birds. These transitions are not restarts, but recalibrations. Evolution never begins from zero, it builds upon what remains, rewriting existence with the leftover fragments of what came before. Across the planet, every living being embodies an unfinished experiment. The dragonfly, its wings shimmering like molten glass, balances perfectly between speed and fragility. The whale, heavy as a cathedral yet graceful in water, reclaims the ocean that once belonged to reptiles. The human hand, capable of both art and destruction, is another expression of that same restless experiment, the product of trade-offs layered through deep time. To look at life this way is to see that creation and loss are inseparable. Every advantage is borrowed. Every adaptation, no matter how refined, exists only as long as its environment allows it to. Evolution has no goal and no mercy, yet it produces balance through its indifference. What survives endures not because it was chosen, but because it fit the moment. The design of life is not written in purpose, but in persistence. Crush or slice, sprint or stalk, swim or walk, each form answers a question the earth asked of it for a while. And when the question changes, so does the answer. Since the beginning of time, humans have looked into the eyes of predators and seen something that feels both foreign and familiar. Whether it was a lion in the tall grass, a shark moving beneath the waves, or a fossilized skull dug from the earth, there has always been a quiet pull toward these creatures. They frighten us, yet they captivate us. We study them, tell stories about them, and even build them into the myths that shape our understanding of power and survival. Somewhere deep in our instincts, long before we learn to speak, we recognize them as mirrors. Our ancestors once shared the same uncertain world that predators ruled. Before fire, before cities, before walls of stone, early humans lived in landscapes filled with danger. The night belonged to things faster, stronger, and better armed. To survive, we had to learn to watch, to listen, to predict. The rustle in the grass, the faint snap of a twig, the glint of eyes in the dark, These were signals that life had taught us not to ignore. In learning to read those signs, humans developed awareness, memory, and the beginnings of imagination. The predator, in its own way, shaped our minds. The fear they inspired became a teacher. It was fear that sharpened our senses and pushed us to adapt, to think ahead rather than react. Over time, we learned to imitate the hunter's patience, to move with silence, to wait for the right moment. Eventually, the hunted began to hunt. With tools and teamwork, humans turned their own frailty into strategy. In doing so, they stepped into a role that once belonged only to the predators they feared. It was not conquest, but transformation. That ancient connection has never left us. Even now, when we no longer run from claws or teeth, the fascination remains. Children grow up imagining wolves, dragons, and dinosaurs, creatures of strength and cunning. Movies and stories fill with predators that stalk, roar, and command attention. We still measure power through the same primal lens, the gaze of something that survives by its own will. Science calls this mix of awe and fear biophilia, the natural attraction humans feel toward other forms of life. It explains why we are drawn to beauty in motion, to the perfect balance of a creature built for purpose. But it goes deeper than biology. There is poetry in the way a predator moves, the way instinct replaces hesitation, the way life and death unfold without cruelty, only necessity. To watch such a creature is to be reminded of the simplicity that once ruled our world, before thought became tangled with doubt. Perhaps part of our fascination lies in envy. Predators live without hesitation. They do not question their nature. A lion does not wonder if it deserves to hunt. A hawk does not doubt the wind beneath its wings. They act in complete harmony with what they are. For humans, burdened with reflection and choice, this purity of existence feels distant, yet deeply desirable. We see in them a freedom we lost when we learned to ask why. There is also a strange admiration in the way predators balance the world. Every ecosystem depends on them to keep life in rhythm. They cull the weak, allowing the strong to thrive. They shape the herds, the forests, even the rivers that flow through the land. In their efficiency, there is an order that feels almost mathematical, as if nature itself trusts them to keep balance. To recognize that is to see beauty not just in creation, but in the act of destruction that sustains it. When we look at the fossilized bones of a Tyrannosaurus or the tracks of a saber-toothed cat, we are not just looking at death. We are seeing mastery of form, the evidence of life that learned to survive in the hardest conditions imaginable. Perhaps that is why we find comfort in their bones. They remind us that existence, no matter how brutal, can be magnificent. There is something poetic in the way time has preserved these hunters. Their skeletons may be locked in stone, but the story they tell still moves within us. They remind us of a time when survival was not a choice but a truth, when the line between hunter and hunted was thin and shifting. And maybe that line still exists, deep in the corners of our nature. The same instincts that once kept us alive now drive our ambition, our curiosity, our need to push beyond limits. Every heartbeat carries a whisper of that ancient rhythm, the pulse of awareness, the tension between fear and fascination. The predator is not only something we observe, but something we remember. In the gleam of an eagle's eye or the slow motion of a shark gliding through dark water, we recognize a part of ourselves that has not changed since the dawn of life. Perhaps that is why we are drawn to them, not just out of fear or wonder, but because they remind us of what we once were. In their strength, we see our past. In their balance, we glimpse the natural order that made us. And in their unbroken certainty, we find what we have long forgotten, the instinct to live with purpose, the will to endure, and the quiet understanding that survival, in all its forms, is its own kind of grace. The earth is quiet now. The fires have faded, the thunder has long since drifted into memory, and the footsteps that once made the ground tremble lie still beneath layers of stone. The air moves differently in their absence, slower, lighter, carrying no echoes of the weight that once pressed against it. Across the plains and ocean floors, the bones of giants sleep in silence, their edges blurred by time, their shapes softened into the earth they once ruled. Yet, even as the world has turned over them, their pattern endures. The design they left behind moves unseen, flowing through every living thing that rose in their place. It hums in the rhythm of flight, in the lean of muscle beneath fur, in the calculation that precedes a strike. The giants may have fallen, but the logic of their existence did not vanish with them. It was absorbed into the bloodstream of what followed, into every motion that still depends on precision, patience, and will. The storm ended, but its pulse continued, quiet and endless. The world that came after was smaller and gentler, yet built from the same blueprints. The forests returned, the seas cleared, and the sky filled again with the movement of wings. Each creature that emerged carried a trace of what had come before, not in memory, but in structure. The tilt of a hawk's gaze, the poise of a cat before the leap, the sudden flick of a fish through dim water, all are echoes, fragments of an ancient discipline written in bone and nerve. The lessons of strength and stillness, of chase and escape, outlived the bodies that first expressed them. Life, ever practical, did not mourn what was gone. It borrowed, reworked, and continued. The bones that lay buried became a library of solutions, a record of form answering to need. From those designs came new interpretations, lighter, swifter, quieter. The jaws that once crushed became beaks that sliced. The claws that tore through flesh became talons that caught air. The instincts of survival, older than any single species, migrated into new shapes, adapting to whatever world remained. The inheritance was not in flesh, but in function. In the calm that followed the ruin, the planet's imagination widened. The forests grew dense again, filled with movement as subtle as breath. The oceans shimmered with new swimmers, sleek and precise, their paths drawn from the memory of ancient motion. Even the smallest creatures carried the same rhythm, refined and distributed across time. What once was power became elegance. What once was dominance became balance. The architecture of predation evolved into the choreography of life. The remains of those earlier masters still surface, one by one, in the slow patience of the earth. Sometimes it is a tooth gleaming in clay, or a trackway revealed by wind. Sometimes only a shadow pressed into rock. Each fragment, no matter how weathered, still bears the proportions of purpose, curves shaped by movement, joints built to bear the weight of decision. When light touches them, even briefly, it catches the faint suggestion of motion, as if the bones remember what they once were asked to do. Above those resting places, the living move in patterns they never invented but inherited. A heron stands frozen above its reflection, timing the break of stillness to the flicker of a fish. A falcon folds its wings to cut the air at impossible speed. A shark glides through the dark as if drawn by the same geometry that once guided reptiles on land. These gestures are not mimicry, they are continuity. The same equations repeated across bodies and ages, the same answers written in new flesh. Even in humanity, that rhythm persists. The curve of a hand grasping, the focus of eyes trained on a moving shape, the quickening of the heart before action, all belong to the same lineage of motion that began when the first predator learned to calculate distance and time. Every motion we make carries within it an inheritance we do not remember. The mind may forget, but the body recalls. Time has softened the world those giants built, but it has not erased their influence. The fossils that rest beneath us are not simply remains, they are instructions written in the syntax of survival. The earth reads them still, shaping each new form with echoes of what once worked. The great killers are gone, yet their language of motion remains spoken in every wing beat, every step, every measured breath taken by the living. When the sun falls low and shadows stretch across stone, their outlines seem to stir again, not with life, but with the suggestion of purpose. The bones no longer move, but the design they taught still moves through everything that does. It lingers in the swoop of an eagle, in the patience of a serpent, in the rhythm of a human heart that beats to the same ancient measure. The world, quiet as it may seem, still moves to the memory of their pulse, the pattern they left behind, alive in every shadow and wing.